Good evening, everyone. I'll apologize for that brief political interlude. This Winestream this evening is dedicated to the good people of Bruxelles who suffered a little bit of unpleasantness this past week. Here's to hoping that all that stuff will get sorted out and these douchebags will stop doing that to people. All right, getting on with the lesson, and lesson indeed. By the way, for those of you who don't know, you might have just stumbled across the internet onto this weird geeky guy here with the creepy face. My name is Uncle Kage. Actually, it isn't, but that's what everybody calls me. I'm going this evening to be teaching folk out there how to drink sake. Sake, of course, is Japanese rice wine, or wine made from rice. And a lot of people have asked me in the past, because I'm known to enjoy it, how should one drink it? It's really very, very simple. To drink sake, I recommend the classical method using the mouth. The sake should go in through the mouth, and thereafter just allow the natural peristaltic action to carry the sake to the stomach. So that's how you drink it. Now, how does one select the sake? Well, that's a different question. I have become something of a dreadful sake snob in the past years, and some of the folks at the local wine stores actually lock the door when I come because they're afraid I'm going to come and say, well, your sake is crap. I didn't want to give me yours to it. Okay, let's begin with a little bit of nomenclature, and I've made up some nice little signs up here to remind folk. When you go in, you'll see all these sakes up there. I'm going to give you some names, namely Gekikan, Shochukubai, and Fuki. Don't. Just don't. Those are the Bud Light, the Schlitz, and the Rolling Rock of sakes. They are not known to be the highest quality. By the way, if anybody out here thinks that I am speaking ill of those sakes, I am, because they're shit. You use them to polish your silverware. Look for, I hate to say it, more expensive sake. Something that is 300 milliliters should cost you at least $13, $14, $15. If you see a giant 1.5 liter bottle for $8, there's a reason it's $8. Look at the label. There are different grades of sake. First off, the rice is put into this giant, basically rock tumbler sort of thing, and they mill away the outer part of the rice. Why do they do that? Who knows? Some sake brewer didn't have anything better to do one day, and he said, I'm going to put my rice into my kid's rock tumbler. That'll be cool. So he did, and then he wound up with all these little tiny rice grains that were just like the insides. So he said, boy, I wasted a lot of rice there. I should probably get to making my sake. So he left his poor kid's rock tumbler all filled with rice dust, and the kid was heartbroken. But the sake brewer, he took all that rice, and he made sake out of it, and he said, this ain't bad. I kind of like this. So that's the tradition. The rice is milled. You're going to see certain phrases in Japanese on the sake bottle. First off, if the bottle says product of the USA, I don't recommend that, no. You might see the word junmai. Junmai is basically a very clean sake. They do not add any extra brewer's alcohol to it. The rice has been milled away to about 70% or a little bit less of its original size. Now, be careful of these numbers. The milling ratio that they call it will be printed on Japanese sake bottles. There will be that number, and if you don't speak Japanese, just look around and it'll be Japanese, 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 something percent. If it's 15 to 16%, that's the alcohol content. The other percent, that's the milling ratio. And it is the amount of the rice grain that is left. So if the milling ratio is 70, that means that 30% of the rice grain has been milled away. All of you folk out there who are products of the American education system, you might have to get your calculator out for that, but trust me, that's how it comes out. At a milling ratio of 70%, it's decent sake. It's sort of everyday sake. It's not bad. And the way you can remember it, junmai, the J stands for just okay. So it's junmai is just okay. Okay, you can remember that. Now, if they leave the rice kernels in the rock tumbler for a little bit longer, they will mill away more of that rice kernel, and you will get what they call ginjo sake. Ginjo sake has a milling ratio of 50 to 60%. They have ground away 40 to 50% of the outer part of the rice. So ginjo sake is much higher quality. You have a lot less xenoproteins. It's a much cleaner taste, a much smoother sake. And you can remember that ginjo is better because whereas the junmai was just good, the ginjo is good, as ginjo is good. There you see. Now, the best sake out there has the word dai ginjo on it. And those of you who speak a little bit of Japanese know that basically means big ginjo, which it is. That is where more than 50% of the rice kernel has been milled away, or the milling ratio is less than 50%. If you see 45 or 40 or 35, the lower it goes, in general, the smoother the sake, the sweeter it is, the less it will kick your ass. In the next morning, that is. It's still going to kick your ass tonight because sake does that. It's got a fairly high alcohol content, between 15 and 18% usually. So, Dai Ginjo sake, that is the best of the sakes. And you can remember, Dai Ginjo is damn good. See, that's what it stands for. Dai Ginjo is damn good. So I happen to have several bottles here with me this evening to give you an idea of how to shop for sake. Here I have one which is called Hakuryu, or White Dragon. Now this has got to be good sake because it says dragon on the label. That how quid pro quo. I mean, look at this. Look at this. Dragons and sake go together like, popcorn and lampshades. I panicked. They go together like things that go together really well. So, the dragons, basically the celestial dragons out there who gave sake to the people out there, of course, we're going to name the best sake after the dragons. Actually, I made most of that up right now because I forgot what I was going to say, but now I remember. Okay, this is Hakuryu. This is a Dai Ginjo sake, and if you do not read Japanese, again, you can look on the Japanese part of the label and you will see the number 40 on there. This is a Dai Ginjo sake. Don't stop there. I saw this lovely bottle of sake and it says Dai Ginjo, and I'm like, yay, I will buy it. Wait, beware. Sake comes from Japan. Japan is a long way away. How long has this bottle been sitting on the shelf? Here's the thing that all sake connoisseurs will know, and now you know it too. Sake does not age. Sometimes they make aged sake, but that's a special process. Sake in the bottle does not age. It will rot in the bottle. Sake survives maybe a year, at the outside 18 months inside the bottle. The longer it's in this bottle, the less the quality will be. Sake does not like heat. It does not like light. This bottle has a blue tint that helps to filter out some of the light, but it's still a little bit dangerous if this has been sitting on a shelf with the sunlight going in. Now, one thing I can tell, if you look at the bottle, the sake inside does not seem to be adding much color to the blue there. Sake starts to turn yellow as soon as it starts to go bad. And the darker the yellow, the worse the sake will be. If you pour out sake and it's the color of country time lemonade, you've got a bad bottle of sake. If you don't believe me, ask poor Qianlong, who was so excited to buy this beautiful $100 bottle of the finest Dai Ginjo sake, and when he dumped it out, well, it looked like piss and probably tasted worse. It just went down the drain. He was heartbroken. But how do you know? How long's it been sitting there? Look for some little numbers. Let's see if I can get that on there. Do you see that 1503? That is Japanese notation for the bottling date. That was the date it was put in the bottle. Again, some people say, actually, it's a date that it leaves the brewery. Almost every sake leaves the brewery as soon as it gets put in the bottle. They don't keep it around. There are some which are aged in the bottle. Screw those people. I don't feel like getting into those details. Go by the date. 1503, that is March of 2015. That's how the Japanese do it. The year comes first, followed by the month. This sake has been in the bottle for about a year. That's usually as long as I want to go. If I'm desperate, or the sake looks very, very clean, or it's got a really cool name like, White Dragon, I will allow it to go out to 18 months. Because again, if it has dragon on the label, it's got to be good, right? So when I was looking for this sake, as a matter of fact, there was some that said 1406. That's kind of outside the window. And heaven help me, I saw a beautiful bottle, I picked it up, and it took me a second for it to sink in. It said 1205. That is almost 4-year-old sake. It probably has developed its own intellect in that period of time. I actually told the store owner, get rid of that bottle, it's no good. If somebody buys it, they're going to come roaring back at you, they're going to be very upset. So, I have looked for the word daiginjo. I have gotten a fairly expensive bottle. It's a $30 bottle. It's a little one too. And it's got a really cool name, so that adds points, right? White Dragon. So, and I have noticed that it is about a year old. That's within the range. It should be good. And I've looked to see that the color has not gotten dark. It's not turned yellow. Now, some of these can be tough. The blue bottle, if you get a brown bottle and there's no date on it, not all sake brewers put the date on. If you have a bottle, you can't see the sake, and there's no date on it, don't try it. Better still, have somebody else buy it and give it to you as a present. That way, if you pour it down the drain, you only feel a little bit guilty for hurting your friend's feelings. You're not out any money. But let's get down to brass tacks, shall we? Or down to White Dragon, as the case may be. We're going to open this. Maybe. Ah, there it is. By the way, sake generally comes in a screw cap. You don't need a corkscrew for this. Ooh. Ah, it does not smell sour. It smells kind of ricey, as it should. So we're just going to pour a little bit, just enough to get a taste. Okay. Now, I don't know how well you'll be able to see this. It's got a very, very, very faint yellow color. Faint yellow is okay. You kind of have to look at it and squint to find out if it's yellow or not. Plus, I got yellow walls here. It's kind of reflecting all that. But if I were to pour this out and it looked like pee, it would taste like it, I'm sure. So, it's nice and clear. It is fairly colorless. It's young. Let's try it. The Japanese have a phrase. When they get really, really fine sake, they will hold it up and they'll say, "Gurushito," because they're expressing how much they really, really are enthusiastically happy with getting this wonderful sake. Gurushito desu. So, that, in a very, very short nutshell, is how to choose a good bottle of sake. Now, I happen to have 3 others here, and I will talk about the various points about them as they're open. But I don't want to open them just yet because I'm enjoying this one. The rest of you go watch TV or something. I'm going to do that. Incidentally, I did not steal this from Tianlong. When I left, I did not bring any sake back at all. I bought this down here with my own money, which is worth a hell of a lot more than his is. Just had to say it. So, yes, if you can find it, Hakuryu. Now, Silent Dawn says he wants to buy some. Watch that date. Make sure it is not older than a year and a half, 18 months, absolutely tops. So, there's your warning. Grumpy Tianlong says, "I will end you with 1,000 years of sobriety." Oh, please don't. Please no. This is good. So anyway, this is the wine stream, or in this case, this is the sake stream. And I'm basically going to be doing what I always do. I will continue to drink this and the various other bottles I have here until I fall down and throw up on myself, and then the camera goes off, and that's the end of it. So I hope you all enjoy. Now, Arabian Darkstone, you ask a very good question. Sake is wine, is it not? Is it? There's a debate over whether sake is wine or beer. Wine is fermented, beer is brewed. Sake kind of is both. There's a fermentation process and a brewing process involved, so it's sort of weird or bine. Kind of hard to tell. We prefer to call it wine because it sounds a hell of a lot classier. Yes, and it started here. Sake is beer, sake is wine. Light as a particle, light as a wave. Oh yes, I've heard that one before. You know, particles are more filling, waves taste better. And Cheryl the hybrid says, don't talk about beer, it's gross. It was no less a man than Dr. Benjamin Franklin, who used to actually write rather, ill of beer. He did not like beer, and you can look at his writings, it's true. He did, however, once pen the words, wine is ultimate proof that God loves us and wants us to be happy. Red Fang Sharp, stop arguing on my show. And Demented Wolfie says, Uncle Kage, I got something to tell you. That's nice. It would be nice now if you told me. See, I know when people say that, Kage, I have something to tell you, and then they go away. And I'm sitting there for the rest of my life saying, what does that guy want to tell me? Oh, God. Oh, and Demented Wolf says, you wish to meet me someday at a con. I'm 18 to watch all your videos on YouTube. Can't wait to see you in person. Your videos are good to me since I was 14. You've been watching me since you were 14? Yeah, I'm going to jail. Your videos and things you talk about really mean a lot to me because you make me smile through my worst days of being. Oh, ain't you sweet? Well, the honor's all mine. If watching this creepy wrinkled face and this weirdo voice made you feel better, that's kind of easy for me. I just do this. So if it made you happy, well, great. I'm happy to have done it. Yeah, bless you for that. Grumpy Chen Long says, Kage, can I ask you a question? Here's the answer. Yes. Next question. Mr. A, before Zootopia came out, you teased us by saying, I can't say if Disney contacted me. Can you say so now? No. Moving right along. And Mary says, Uncle Kage, you should go to Euroflorence this year. Your cap lock is stuck. Actually, I am going to Euroflorence this year. I've gone to Euroflorence every year for the past 13 years. I'm not going to stop now. And it is Anne-Marie. It's 25th birthday today. This is for Anne-Marie. Thank you for spending it on my stream. You could probably be out drinking with your friends, but no, you're sitting here with me. You are a darling. Thank you so much. Happy birthday to you. Flashhound wants to know, did I take the wines from Chen and Chinlong? I answered that question already. If you got here late, I ain't going to answer it for you. I don't like late. Those of you who might have long ago had been in one of my classes when I was teaching back in graduate school, people will be able to tell you at the top of the hour, I'd lock the door. People learn real quick. You don't go late to my class. Pippin would like to know, have you ever tried Tetra tea? That sounds like 4 teas all at once. No, I don't know if I could handle 4 at once. Timmy Fox, can I ask you this question? Yes! Moving right along. Oh, and it's Richery's 28th. Okay, if it's your birthday, raise your hand. Not that I'll see it. You're somewhere else in the world, but just do it anyway because you look like an idiot standing in front of your computer with your hand up. Happy birthday to you. Argus L mentions unfiltered sake. Unfiltered sake, that is called nigori sake, and it's cloudy. It looks like milk. It's like a snow globe. It's got all this white stuff in it. That is the rice mash itself. The final step before the sake is bottled is the filtration. If they leave out the filtration step, you have all like the fine particles of rice that come along with it. Nigori sake can be very, very good, but it tends to go bad very quickly. I would not touch a nigori if it was even anywhere close to a year old. And Kashto91, did you like Zootopia? I adored Zootopia. Magnificent film. I loved it. Aravos, on a scale from 1 to shoe, how drunk do you plan on getting tonight? Pennsylvania. Kampai. That's what the Japanese say. They say, Kampai, and a very, very jolly, Kampai, when they raise their glasses. Not to be confused with the Chinese Gambe, which sounds very, very similar, but it's not because it's Chinese. So, Oh, and no spoilage, please. If there's somebody in here who's not seen Zootopia, don't go talking about it. Don't spoil it for him. Let's see. And, Tatsu tea is 72% alcohol from Slovakia. If I ever get a deep cut on my wrist, I shall pour some of that onto it. Thank you very much. Oh, yes, and Grumpy Qianlong reminds me it is Gambe. Remember, Gambe, keep it level on the gan, because if you say Gambe, it means something entirely different. Cantonese is an inflective language, remember. The change in tone can change the meaning. Now, Weissenwolf says, I have Katori 90 sake. I'm not familiar with Katori 90, but the question is it Junmai, Junmai Ginjo, Junmai Dai Ginjo, and how old is the bottle? If it's turned yellow, just pour it down the drain. Don't even try it. And Deegans, can drinking alcohol be used as rubbing alcohol? Absolutely. Rubbing alcohol is 70% isopropanol. You can get a disinfectant solution from 10% ethyl alcohol in water. That's basically wine. So wine is a disinfectant. So if you're ever starting to get sick, get drunk. You'll get better. That's science. And Red Fang says, is hot sake acceptable? Well, let me ask you this. Would hot Coca-Cola be acceptable? Would you take your favorite soda, like some root beer, and heat it up to almost boiling and sip it? No, I do not recommend it. Sake is not served hot. This whole idea that sake is served hot traditionally, no. It was heated traditionally when the sake was bad, so you couldn't taste it. The alcohol percentage of this sake is about 16%. So about roughly 50% more than your standard bottle of wine here in the U.S. And Cheryl the Hybrid says, hot Coke is good law. Okay, I guess it is. And Arabian Darkstone says, hot toady. That sounds vaguely strange. Okay. And Tuzzle would like to know, why didn't you grow out your mustache for Mustache March? Okay, I actually made an appearance at Fernal Equinox in Toronto this very, very past weekend, and I did allow my facial hair to grow somewhat. The only problem is it's itchy, and I don't like an itchy face, so as soon as I could, I shaved it off. James Blue Jay, how high does the alcohol percentage get in sake? The highest alcohol percentage in sake I've seen has been 18%, and that was lovely. I'm reading down here, by the way. I hate it when people are like streaming and they're talking to people and they're streaming like this and they're not even looking. There's a camera. I'm looking at the camera, but occasionally I can look down to see what you guys are writing. So I don't mean to not be looking at you. There's a guy down here I'm looking at. Okay, how's that? Mick is a rat. What's the craziest thing that happened when you drank a lot before? The problem is I can't tell you because I don't quite remember. Oh, Demented Wolf, you'd like to know, I know what happened at 2015 AC, but I'd like to hear more about it. And did you have fun this year? Was it better than most years? Okay, to say I know what happened at 2015 is like going up to a police officer and saying, I heard about what happened during the past 10 years. A lot happened at the con. You're going to have to be a lot more specific than that. Tuzzle, or Tuzzy, my take on moonshine. It's my heritage. My father, my late father, those of you who did not hear, my father passed away in January. But when he was a young man, he had just gotten married and he had gone down to Alabama to visit his relatives, and he brought along his wonderful white Chevrolet convertible he'd bought to show off his brand new car. And his Uncle Frank wanted to go for a ride with him. So Uncle Frank got in the car and Dad started off, and Uncle Frank started telling him, turn left here. and they turn left, and then they turn right, and then they go down a piece, and then they turn left again, and the road kind of gave way to not road, and then the not road gave way to nothing at all resembling a road. They're just kind of driving through the woods, and Uncle Frank just kept saying, make a right when you get to that big rock yonder. So they made the right when they got to that big rock yonder, and they pulled into a clearing, and 3 guys come out with shotguns and lowered them at him. My dad was very, very still, and Uncle Frank got out of the car and said, it's all right, he's my nephew. So Uncle Frank went off in the woods with one of the men while the other 2 kept their shotguns trained on my dad. And Uncle Frank came back with these 2 very, very large white 1-gallon milk jugs, the old glass milk jugs, filled with this very, very clear liquid. He gave one to Dad for being the driver, kept the other one himself. Dad always told me it was some of the best stuff he'd ever had. Tom's boy says your father is an alcoholic. My dad was a Baptist. Commander Wolf, give us a drinking story. I was drinking last night. There. Let's see. Oh, Flashhound, oh Christ. DHgate.com, the fursuit scam. Yeah. People have been coming to you saying, oh, Kage, do something about it. Like what? What do you want me to do? You know, for those of you who don't know, someone out there in China is making counterfeit fursuits. Well, on one hand, gee, that's really sleazy. On the other hand, we have definitely reached the mainstream if the Chinese are making knockoffs of our products. You can't get much more mainstream than that. So, yeah. Now, I'm sure if anybody were to buy one of these things, they would find out it's not exactly what they were expecting. It's probably not going to be of the quality of some of our finest, mixed candy and those guys. And it will probably also be full of lead and cadmium, and they'll be dead within a week. But hey, that's what you get for buying Chinese knockoff fursuits. All right, Timmy Fox. Hey, Kage, I heard a rumor. Stop right there. Anytime I hear the phrase, I heard a rumor, it makes my hackles rise. I do not like when people say I heard a rumor, because rumors cause me more problems than you can imagine. And Journeyman would like to know about the warm welcome the Fandom gave the Syrian refugees at Vancouver. I did, and I tell you, it warmed the cockles of my cold black heart to hear what a wonderful, wonderful reception the furries gave to these folk who were fleeing a war-torn homeland, coming to a strange place, afraid, worried, lost, upset, and what they find? Fursuiters. Cavorting around, being happy, playing with the kids, getting their minds off of their hideous, hideous experiences, if even for a short time. Nothing at all wrong with that, if you ask me. James Blue Jay, if I had known you were going to be at FE, I would have made a large effort to make it out. If it had been known I was going to FE, a lot of other people would have gone, maybe, I don't know, but it was more fun going in disguise. I dressed as a typical Canadian, and I was just totally invisible. I wandered around the entire convention all day Saturday, and not a single person even looked at me twice. And it was grand. Of course, the next day, when I came out in my nice clothes and looking like this, Tian Long, who was there, said, I give it 10 seconds before you're mobbed. It was 10 seconds, yeah. And Timmy Fox said, more of a story. My friend, not realizing he was standing right next to you at FE. Well, if he was standing next to this kind of scruffy, plaid duck hunter hobo-looking guy, yeah, that was me. Let's see. Oh, and Dacia says, delays almost 5 minutes. Well, I can't help with that. Mary would like to know, if I made you a super cuddly cockroach fursuit, would you wear it? If you could somehow make a super cuddly cockroach fursuit, I'd give you a Nobel Prize. Most cockroaches are not cuddly, it's just their nature. Sharp the Hybrid, have I ever been to FangCon in Knoxville, Tennessee? No. Next. Oh, do you know To the Ranking River will come to EF this year? I do not know. He has not told me. Tu is not doing as many cons as he used to. half of it is financial. The other half is he thinks he's getting old and tired. And seems the chat is lagging for Kage Lol. I guess it is, but probably not as much as the stream is logging for you. Lagging. Yay, doing that thing. And yes, Flashhound, now, Arctic, Star. I'm starting not to be able to read what people are saying. Oh, wait a minute. There's another demented wolf here. Okay, would the real demented wolf please stand up? And you really look ridiculous standing in front of your computer because I can't see you doing it. So there's an @demented wolf, and then I see. Will 2 be coming also to Confuzzled? I don't think so. He has not mentioned it to me. I'm going to Confuzzled. It's costing me an arm and a leg, but I'm going. Kaisris Dariet says, I'm going to Miami on the 15th of April. I'm going to sail home to Sweden. Will you come see me off? Do you know how far Miami is from North Carolina? It's not exactly an afternoon jaunt. I would love to come see you off, but I don't think I can get there in time. Let's see. Yes, Elector Fencer told too he better get his butt to EF this year. Elector Fencer is a force to be reckoned with. She's a Berlin girl, and she goes back to the old days of the, the DDR. So she'll, get all Soviet Union on his face if he doesn't go. Gotti Ferret says, I'll make sure to buy you a drink at Confuzzled. Yes, thank you. I look forward to it. Kush291, do you know there's a video of your story hour from the 90s on YouTube? I don't, but if you hum a few bars, I'll try to pick it up on the second chorus. Mick is a rat. Oh boy, tell us about some of your weird dreams and nightmares. Well, that's a loaded question. Most of my weird dreams and nightmares are stress dreams that come about from Anthrocon. They start usually a couple of weeks in advance and last about 2 to 3 weeks afterward. The ones afterward are the most entertaining because they actually show all the signs of post-traumatic stress disorder. I will wake up in the middle of the night believing that I am somewhere else, specifically at the convention center or something like that. And I will wake up with the notion that there is something horribly amiss. For example, it is 2 weeks after the convention, and I still have a rented truck sitting out front full of equipment with nobody to offload it. I'll actually have that idea. I have gotten out of bed, come into my living room and my dining room here, and just started doing things, convention related, until at some point I kind of stopped and it occurred to me, this is your living room. You're not at the convention. Don't do this anymore. Go back to bed. Let's see. And Arabian Darkstone says, Masakage-sa, what would you say the odds are of a dragon running into Rennie? Well, I don't recommend it. Rennie is a very, very tough man, but well controlled. If you were to go to Anthrocon, just look for a very, very diminutive, happy little gentleman with a Santa Clausy beard and a twinkle in his eye and rosy cheeks. And, a Cajun accent. He just looks like your absolute perfect Santa Claus. He can break you in two, but he won't because he's nice. Leanne Laurent, cost me wait this day and really wanted you read the letter I sent you. I think it's safe. Pardon me a moment. I have a file to open. Let us see. File dropper. Now, you're really, really very, very, very sweet, but I wonder if I could coerce you just to send the text to me by email. I'm sure it's very, very safe, but I'm really not in the habit of clicking on, unusual links like that. Just send an email to me at CEO@anthrocon.org, just with the text of the letter, and I shall read it. Thank you very much. Mary doesn't know the story of how you came up with your persona. All right, it's time. By the way, I'm going to be telling a story for about the next 3-4 minutes. Please don't go firing questions at me because I ain't going to be looking, all right? In the early days of the fandom, if you wanted to find other furries, you went on to the burgeoning internet. It was only just starting to be called the internet. This was the very end of the 1980s into the early 1990s. There was a place online, sort of the mecca, the furry virtual world. It was called Furry Muck. Don't ask why, it was. And that was the place to go for furries to hang out together and talk. Well, I had just moved to Chicago from the beautiful Green Mountains of Vermont. I found myself now on the south side of Chicago. Something of a culture shock, I will tell you. And I was introduced to this furry muck in this furry world, this whole furry universe. The people there were portraying all sorts of animal characters. And I thought, that's for me. I want to get in on this. So I'm going to create a character just for me. I wanted something that's unique, something nobody else had, but something that I could still express myself through. So I went to the university bookstore and I bought Peterson's Field Guide to North American Wildlife, pardon me. And I was going through and I'm like, okay, bear, I'm not really a bear kind of person, you know. There's badger, and there's already 2 of those just right over there. Dingo, well, that's cool, but I think I saw a dingo the other day. There's already one of those. Fox, yeah, no. And I'm going through, and while I was going through the book, out, from the corner of my eye up here, I saw a movement, and I looked up. Now, in those days, one did not have these fancy laptops or desktops or something. You had a terminal, a giant CRT television that you had to dial a telephone into a mainframe. And across the top of my terminal, I saw advancing the biggest, blackest, greasiest Asian cockroach you can ever imagine. The thing was the size of an aircraft carrier if it was an inch, I tell you. And I was weirded out. I fell back and I took the book and go away, go away, go away. Now, on TV, when you turn on the light, the cockroaches run away. This thing, when I waved the book at it, just kind of turned and reared up at me. And I said, wow, that's a ballsy little roach, isn't it? Well, I started to get very, very intrigued. Pardon? I'll fix this in a minute. So I got to thinking, the wheels began to turn. I came up with the idea of this little samurai cockroach, this little fearless cockroach, with 4 swords. Yeah, you're not afraid of anything. Sort of like a tiny little, insectoid Toshiro Mifune. And I came up with the name Kagamushi. It's a pun. My favorite Japanese film, which was made by Akira Kurosawa, was Kagamusha, the Shadow Warrior. It so happens that mushi in Japanese means bug. So Kagamushi, the shadow bug. I created the character. I put him in Furry Muck. He was an instant hit. Everybody loved it. And, well, that's sort of been my fursona, if you will, ever since. Now, I'm also going to pause. I still have some of this lovely white dragon here. But in the interest of education, I'm going to go to this tiny little portable refrigerator I have here. This was, I don't know if you can see it, this was actually given to me by Duncan Bruce some years ago, and it's one of the best presents I ever had. Oh, pardon. I'm going to put this in here. I'm going to seal that up so it doesn't leak. Here. I'll be coughing a bit tonight. I do apologize. It is pollen season here in North Carolina. There is a yellow haze outside. The trees are barfing everywhere. It's what they do. They seem to enjoy it. Okay, now I have here what one would call a more run-of-the-mill sake. This is, if you can see it there, Hatsumago. Now this is a junmai sake. It's unpretentious. It's just kind of a, yes, I am a good sake. Now, and it says, enjoy both cold or warm. That's for the Americans. Don't heat this sake up. Now, one of the things that I was considering when I got this was it's got a polishing rate of 60%. That's right on the cusp of being a ginja. So as junmais go, this is, right up there. And also, I was looking all over the label for the brewing date, and I couldn't find it. And then I finally found it by looking at the lid. This is 1507, July of 2015. Number one, that was less than a year ago. It was barely 8-9 months ago. Number two, that was during Anthrocon. So it's got to be good sake, right? So I thought I would give this one a try as well. Of course, you got to get it's got a very, very good. Give me half a second here. There we go. This is a very, very nice lid here. Now again, it's a green bottle. It's really very, very difficult for me to tell what color the sake is, but it's reasonably young, so we're going to give it a try and see what it looks like. Well, already that's very encouraging. Remember the last one was very, very, very faintly yellow. This one here, boy, I wish I do have something. There we go, piece of paper. As you can see, pretty much has no color at all, or if it does, you really have to use your imagination to see it. So, it is not as smooth as the Daiginjo. I wouldn't say it's harsh, but it definitely is a little less refined, a little less cultured, but it is still fairly good. Now, I don't have a card that starts with an F. I'm not going to say it's fucking good, but it's fairly good. Okay, how's that? And Tuzzy or Tuzzle would like to know, what kind of shirt am I wearing? Well, I'm wearing a standard t-shirt and then this lovely Japanese robe here, you see, because if I'm going to be drinking my sake, I'm going to wear my nice Japanese attire that I have here, see? So this is what a Japanese businessman would wear. He'd go home, he'd take off his suit jacket, he'd put on this nice silk lounging jacket and sit back and sip his sake. Probably a junmai like this for everyday drinking. And Silent Dawn says, microwaves myself some Gekikan. Okay, Silent Dawn, this is just for you. There. Elusive Doctor, do I have any lab horror stories you're able to... Oh, good. Do I have any lab horror stories? Yeah, only about 24 of them. I remember my worst, my absolute worst. Again, this is going to take a couple of minutes. Please don't go firing questions at me. Years ago, I worked at an FDA facility in Arkansas, outside of Jefferson, Arkansas. It was attached to Pine Bluff Arsenal. It had at one time been a U.S. Army biological warfare facility. They said, oh, we don't do that here anymore. I'm pretty sure they don't. But the history of the place was very interesting to me. The lab I worked in was this old, late 1950s vintage stone brick and everything. And something I always thought was odd was above the door, there was a big painted box that kind of painted that industrial puke green that they used to paint the walls. And it had a metal arm kind of hanging off it, sticking out into the middle of the room. And I thought, that's a really weird thing. So I was playing in the hood one day. The hood is where you work because it's drawing all the air up here. We call it a fume hood. Chefs use the same thing in kitchens. Well, I was working with ether. One thing they always tell you is that ether burns remarkably. And it's got a very low flash point. It does not take a lot to set ether off. Dropping a drop of it onto a reasonably warm hot plate can make it flash. I found that out. I had a beaker very similar to this filled with ether, and I was taking ether out and putting it into something else, and a little drop fell on it, and the next thing I knew, the entire interior of the hood was just a sheet of flame. Well, I jumped back to avoid being burned, and I turned around because there was a fire extinguisher behind me, and I headed toward it, and the first thing I noticed was a grinding sound. And the next thing I heard was a very loud siren going off. Apparently, from the old germ warfare days, there was a heat sensor still active in this hood. And this long unused siren was going off on the roof. But the grinding sound was odd, and I looked up, and that box that I mentioned with the arm hanging off, the arm was moving, this rusted arm dragging over like this. And it suddenly dawned on me that this was a mechanism designed to close that door in the event of a fire, whether the person in the lab was out or not. It's kind of scary because what was in there, they could not afford getting out. So when that alarm went off, that room was intended to be sealed, analyst be damned. Well, fortunately, the door was not connected to it anymore. The fire extinguisher that was next to the door was a monstrous thing, almost as big as I was. It was like up to here. This looked like one of those airplane fire extinguishers you see on the tarmac to put out a 747 when it's on fire. And it had a snorkel on it. I can't even fit it on my screen here, like a 3-foot long cone. And I grabbed the cone and I turned around, I pulled the ring on the extinguisher. And the thing is, ether burns very quickly. So that sea of flame quickly had burned down to this little candle flame kind of swirling on top of the beaker. And I looked at it, and I looked at this enormous, 747 extinguishing cone I had in my hand. And my boss, Dwight, he came running up behind me and said, "Shoot it quick!" And I said, but Dwight, it's not sporting. It's just a baby. And he said, "Will you shoot the goddamn thing?" I said, "All right." And I looked at the extinguisher and it said, "Stand back 30 feet. Well, the lab was only 20 feet across. And I thought, well, if I shoot it, I might just knock this thing over and then I'll have a huge problem. And Dwight was saying, just shoot it already, because he was from the South. So I said, well, let me try this. And I put the cone down, I went up and I tried. I'm like, hello. It kind of flickered and it didn't quite go out. And Dwight was beside himself telling me, just shoot it already. So, okay, I stepped back all the way back into the hall as close to 30 feet as I can get. And I lowered this huge cone at it. And about then it went out by itself. I thought, okay, crisis averted. Well, not really. Because apparently when that siren went off, there were still protocols in place for how to respond when that siren went off. Every piece of fire equipment in Jefferson County started to converge on my location. I do not know how many fire engines there were, how many police cars, how many ambulances, but it looked like that burning 747 had crashed in the front yard for the amount of response there was. And they all came in and they all start looking at me, and I'm sitting there like, Accidents happen. My favorite part, though, when stuff like this happens, and any scientist will tell you the same thing, the safety guy always comes in. He's always there, like, after the fact, right? Here comes the safety guy. How are we going to ensure that doesn't happen again? I'm not going to do it again. There you go. And if you do want to spam the donate button that you see down there, I won't stop you. Donations are lovely. We still got some expenses that we're facing from the past month or two, but we're working on that. If you do care to donate, I'll drink a toast to you. How's that? Vegans, what was the worst mistake you've made when dealing with the media? I've made a lot. I think early on, the notion that we must not deal with the media, that itself was a mistake. It was good in the short term because we had just suffered a lot of very, very rapid fire nastiness. But if you tell the media, no, you cannot come in, that just makes them curious. So that turned out not to be the best policy. I remember getting an email from, what was the name? A producer, what was it? Is it Tara Banks or Tanya Banks? This slut who used to be a model and now she's too ugly or something, so she runs a talk show. Um, uh, anyway, Tyra Banks. That's it. Thank you, folks. Thank you. Well, the producer called me and said, we want to interview a furry. And I said, hey, well, that's nice. Bye. And I wouldn't talk to them. So when they didn't get me to talk to them, they went and found someone else to talk to. And that was when I realized, oh, crap. Everybody says, oh, Uncle Kage always wants to be the one to talk to the media. Well, let me ask you this. Would you rather I talk to the media or have someone like, oh, say, Chew Fox or Bondage Bear talk to the media? It's your choice. You just tell me who you want. And R.C. Fox just said a 4-letter word. Yes, let's have Boomer the dog talk to Tyra Banks. Boomer, I'm sure, is a delightful man. I do not think he's dangerously psychotic, but just to be safe, I'll talk to them next time, okay? Kenta, did you see the videos were uploaded from your story hours back in the 90s? Yes, I did. I had more hair and was a damn sight younger back then. Oh, heavens. And, Dominic Wolf, it says, oh, man, no, that's bad, very bad. Why, thank you very much for the vote of confidence there. Oh, Vass would like to know my least favorite con. It's a very honest question, and I will forego answering it, though, strictly for, my mother always told me, if you don't have something nice to say, don't say anything at all. I'm not going to stand here and say, I don't like Convention X because. If I don't like Convention X, I just won't go to Convention X. I am not going to tell other people, oh, I don't like it, so you shouldn't like it too. Oh, and Gary Farrah tells us Boomer was in a UK gossip rag years ago. Oh, swell. How utterly lovely. What about your very most favorite con? I'd say that's Eurofurence. I adore Eurofurence. They run a very, 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 very good show over there. They work extremely hard, and I don't have to do anything. I just get to watch the insanity go by. I've always said the measure of a convention is not what goes wrong, but how the staff reacts when things go wrong, and the Germans react very, very well. Kenny the Dragon says, Kage, I can't see your stream. Could somebody please help Kenny, because there's nothing I can do about that. Jack, if you're out there, could you help Kenny? He's down there. Zilver, where the hell you been? I was going to start telling stories about you. Kenta, what did you ever do with the idiot who made the Lemonade Coyote replica suit? Not an idiot. The suit was made out of a genuine desire to honor the memory of Lemonade Coyote. So folks immediately assumed that it was mean-spirited. It actually was not. So do not think ill of the man. His heart was in the right place. Let's see. Tromso Boy would like to know, will I have a media panel at Eurofurence 22? I don't know. The schedule has not been set up, and they have not told me what they want me to do yet. So maybe, maybe not. I don't know. Zilver fucked up with the time zones. It's okay. A couple of people did. The problem is America has already gone forward onto our daylight saving time a couple of weeks ahead of your summertime. So there is that little period in there where we are actually 1 hour ahead of where you think. It's okay. Nothing really interesting happened up until now. Demented Wolfie, how much is to stay at one of your AC hotels? Go to www.anthrocon.org/hotel. It will list all the prices there, and it will tell you. And Arabian Darkstone tells people to dial 1-800-EST. That's a very, very short phone number, but I wonder what you'll get if you do that. And people would like to know, have you ever been to smaller cons such as Grakon in Poland or Chester in the Czech Republic? I'm not made of money. Of course, if you hit that donate button down there, maybe I will be. But generally, they don't pay scientists what they used to. I could barely afford this sake. Actually, the donations people gave from the Patreon, my patrons out there, thank you very much. They bought the sake. But in order to go to conventions like that, I would really need to be invited as a guest because, you know, I can scrape together a bit of money to go to the cons that I go to on my own, but the rest of them, I need help getting there. Kenny the Dragon, no. Tell Kenny the stream is not down. It's just him. F5, reboot, something, I don't know. Rishery, you nip it up at EF21 or a horrible white wine. Help me not make the same mistake again at Confuzzled. Okay, forget it. If we're in England, you're not going to find good wine. I apologize to the English out there, but your wine is shit. And there's no other way to spell it. S-H-I-T, that is English wine. If you actually look at a bottle of English wine, it says on there English wine and subtitles, parentheses, shit. That's what it says. When the first time I was at Confuzzled, at the bar, the only wine I had that was vaguely something I would want to drink was their house wine. So I ordered the house wine and I took a sip. And an English fellow said, "What do you think?" And I said, "Well, it's truth in advertising. It tastes like an old house." And it did. Okay, let's see. Have I ever tried Slovenian wine? It sounds scary. I have had the wine in that region. I've had the wine from the old Moravian area when I was in the Czech Republic for Euroference. That was EF9. But you'd have to be a little more specific. Uh-oh. Kenta, you told your mom what I said about Chardonnay, the fact that Chardonnay is an abomination before God and man. And she wants to show me the good stuff. Tell her, don't threaten me. And Bison Wolf, have I ever been to Italy? Italy. Let's all go to Italy. No, I've not. I should like to someday. Let's see. Hello from Toronto, Kenny. If you can see me. If you can't see me. And, Kajito, you're bad for wanting to hear more stories about EF9? No, but I'll tell you sometime, buy me a drink, I'll tell you everything you want to know about EF9. James Blue Jay, did they invite you to Fernal Equinox or did you go on your own dime? Let us just say that I had a generous patron who made it possible for me to go to Fernal Equinox. Although I had to buy the disguise myself. It was on sale at a shopping center. I bought it for like $6. Yes, Kenny, I was in Canada last weekend. If you were at Fernal Equinox, you might not have seen me because I was in disguise. Briggs Buckingham. If you built a 6-foot wall out of all the wine bottles you've emptied so far, how far would it stretch? That's an outstanding question. I'm going to have to calculate that someday. I don't know off the top of my head, but I'm curious. I think I may actually try to estimate that. Let's see. Elusive Doctor, would I ever want to return to us here in Philly again? Philly's a nice place to visit, but I wouldn't want to live there again. Yeah, it's my old hometown, but maybe I just didn't appreciate its finer points, or maybe I just never saw them. Kenta wants to know what I thought of Zootopia. Kenta got here late, because I already answered that question. Let's see. What would I do if I weren't allowed to drink alcohol? Well, I'd say, God damn it, this America. I can do whatever the hell I want. Shower the Hybrid would like to know, of all the hats you have, which one is your favorite? I think the bowler is my favorite. I think that's the classiest looking one. I like my bowler a lot. Mm. James Blue Jay, do I have any opinion, positive or negative, about Pinot Gris? I'm going to tell you something about Pinot Gris, and I'm actually going to steal a lesson that I learned from the catering show. If you're not familiar with the catering show, that's with a K. Look it up on YouTube. You'll be glad you did. Kate McLaren and Kate McCartney. They're in Australia, and they're women. They do a cooking show on YouTube, and they did a little sequence about the Pinots. And they explained the difference between Pinot Grigio and Pinot Gris. Pinot Grigio is made from grapes that are harvested early. So it's a drier wine with a lot, kind of less residual sugar. Pinot Gris is made from later harvested grapes, so it's sweeter. It's got a higher residual sugar. And the way to remember it is this. Pinot Grigio is made from early harvested grapes because the Italians are passionate and impatient. They want things right now. Whereas the Pinot Gris is made from grapes that are harvested later because the French are lazy. She then pointed out that whoever taught her that was actually a massive racist, but it's still a good way to remember it. Oh, Ice would like to know, how is wine made? It grows on trees, wine trees. I have wine trees outside here, but the problem is they don't produce very good. They produce Chardonnay. If Chen made his own grumpy sake, would you drink it? If it was a Daiginjo and if it was served very, very young, because sake does not age, as I said, I certainly would try it. Of course, the problem is I can imagine that you would drink the sake and the first thing you'd hear would be, no! Tessa would like to know, will I do karaoke at EF? That's a silly question. I've never done karaoke at EF, and I don't even know what you're talking about. Anyway, which park do I like better, Disney World or Universal Orlando? It's been such a long time since I've been to either. They're both ungodly commercialized. I'd have to say maybe Disney World. That's only because I know a lot of the people who work there and I get in for free. Jamie Fox would like to know, how many drinks do I need to buy you to do the karaoke at EF? I'll tell you what, start buying the drinks, and when we reach the correct number, I'll tell you. I have now sampled this lovely sake. I'm going to open another bottle, if that's all right with all of you, and we shall continue a bit of an experiment. Now, let's take this here, and we will pull this out. Let's see it. Now, here we have a chance. I took a chance on this one. This, first off, it comes from Kuda Selections, which has good reviews, but this particular sake, this is a Ginjo sake. It says so right there, Ginjo, and its polishing ratio should be on here somewhere. I really need my reading glasses, but yes, 55%, read that wrong. 55% polishing ratio, which means 45% of the rice kernel has been ground away. So this is a Ginjo sake. Now, the problem with this is the bottling date does not appear anywhere on the label. Neither is it on the lid, neither is it on the bottle. So I really do not have any idea how long this has been sitting on the shelf. It might have been bottled 4 months ago. It might have been bottled 4 years ago. There's no way to tell. But since I can see through the bottle, I can see that the sake does not have a lot of color. We can do this again. As you can see, there's not a lot of color being imparted, maybe a tiny little bit. That's actually the inside of the label showing through. So we're going to see how it is. Now, this sake was moderately priced. It was in the $20 range. So I shall only be partially upset if it turns out to be crap. Well, there's a bit of an encouraging sign. Again, nice and clear. Let me sit against my shirt here. Yeah. Not a lot of color to it, a tiny little bit of yellow, but that's acceptable. That's natural to have a little bit of yellow there. It doesn't have a sour smell to it. So we're going to try it. And again, the name I looked at the name and I thought, okay, that's cool. Then I looked at it twice and I realized that says bullseye. See? Bullseye. I get it. Okay, that made me laugh. We will try your sake, funny man. Okay, let's try it here. It's not bad. It has an unusual edge to it. I wouldn't call it sourness, just a bite. There's a bite to it. And I don't think it's because it's gone bad. I think that just might be the nature of the sake itself. I'll still drink it. Oh, is Chin Long still out there? If he is, gambe. Oh, and if Chin Long is out there, gambe la. James Blue Jay, have you ever taken any wine appreciation courses? Formally, no. But when I was in graduate school, I was educated by Professor Gordon Gribble, one of the finest natural products chemists known. Gordon was also an amateur winemaker, and his wines actually won awards at a number of little local wine festivals. We would often have group meetings that turned into wine tastings when he would produce a new batch of wine. It was from Gordon that I learned how to like Rieslings, and that's when I learned the difference between a Cabernet, a Spätlese, and an Ostlese. So I didn't really have wine appreciation courses, but I hung out with an expert who was willing to educate me. Let's see. I still have not seen if, have I ever attended Oktoberfest in Munich? I never have. First off, Oktoberfest lasts for 2 months, and I've been told that it's become very tourist-oriented. The Germans still enjoy it, but they play hard to the tourists. If I'm going to go to Oktoberfest, I'd prefer to go to like a little town, something like Kettwig, where it's just Germans, and then me, the foreigner. Let's see. Red line. I'll be visiting Germany in May. Is there any alcohol you suggest I should try? It depends on what you like. If you like beer, you're in the land of beer. If you like reasonably sweet white wines, not sugary sweet like Moscatos, the Rieslings from the Mosel Valley are exquisite. Those are the ones I drink. Everything else, you're on your own. Dacia Saurs, do I have any headwear that goes with your robe? I don't really know. Hard to tell. What would go with my robe? You know, a headband with the rising sun on it. I'm not 100% certain. Tuzzle. If I paid for your drinks, would you hang out for an hour with me and my friends at EF? You would not have to pay for the drinks. Just come find me. I'd be happy to hang out with you and your friends. But if you would like to pay for the drinks anyway, I won't stop you. Thank you very much. Okay. Let's see. More things going by here. And Gummibjorn says, Guten Abend, bitte Werwolf. Oh, Weissenwolf says the gray fedora. The gray fedora would go with this. Let's find out. All right. So this is the. No, I don't. I look like a Chinese person trying to cosplay a Chicago gangster. I don't think so here. No. Sorry, doesn't work. Yep. Diggins, if I had infinite money, would Earth run out of alcohol? No. Of course, if I had infinite money, Earth would be different. People say it does work. You insist it works. You sure this works? No, I don't think it works. But, okay, if you say it works, it works. Let's see. I look like a Yakuza. Well, okay, I don't think the Yakuza wear these hats, though. I would have to, like, cut off part of a finger and have tattoos and all that. I don't want to do that. Tromso boy, is there anything you have to say to the Norwegians? What could I say to the Norwegians? Except maybe, Egge and Gummi Bjorn, Egge and Gummi Bjorn. Okay, how's that? Be sure to save some sake for my brother's rectum. For my brother's return. The printing's very small. Be sure to save some sake for my brother's return. Yeah, I'll do just that. Thank you. Whew, boy. Hello, Norge. Oh, Grumpy Chinmong is here. Let's see. Kage looks like a Chicago mobster or an old Inspector. Well, thank you very much, Silver Gataman. Yes. All right, look at the picture of Timmy Fox. Look for the huge ears so he'll stop talking about it. Oh, chocolate chip guy. Love a chocolate chip cookie. Thank you very much. Okay. Yes, now I look like an old 1940s newspaper reporter. They wore their hats back like this for reasons I can't figure. Now I look like Eddie Valiant. Well, I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much. It's actually not bad for an undated Ginjo wine. And Uncle Kage should someday get a kabuto. If I could get a proper one. I got a replica katana and wakizashi up there. If I can get a kabuto, yes, I'd wear it with this. That's the samurai helmet, by the way, for those of you who don't know what that is. My thoughts on little Nicky Scarfield. He's actually kind of a role model of mine. I like little Nicky. He's an okay guy. Senpai fish, is sake good for a first-time drinker? No. The chances are that you will get a not good sake. Get accustomed to drinking alcohol first and then find someone who can buy you some appropriate sake. If the first drink you have is like, bottom shelf shochikubai restaurant sake, you'll never like sake again. James Blue Jay, I'm going to be planting my own vines in my brand new backyard this year. Any advice? Don't plant triffids. I saw this movie where the triffids were like killing people after blinding them. Don't plant triffids. Elusive Doctor would like to know, am I as well versed in coffee as I am with sake? No, I drink Maxwell House instant coffee, the coffee you can count on, good to the last drop, so no. When is it art time? This is the third bottle. Once I have sampled the fourth bottle, which is in there, then it'll be art time. How's that? Arctic Zero, what was furry related that surprised you the most? They are always surprising me, these furries. To say what surprised me the most, that would be very, very tough. We have wunderschönen Abend aus Deutschland, Okokage, vielen, vielen Dank. Thoughts on John Gotti? Hey, I'm an old Philly boy. Of course I like John Gotti, right? Let's see. How many bottles do you have there? 4. I have 4. There's 3 of them in this little chiller over here, and the one here. See, I am going through 1 glass of each, and once I've decided which one I like, I shall go through that bottle, then I'll go through the others because I won't care how they taste at that point anyway. Do I still talk to Rabbi Tom? I have not spoken to him in a long time. We don't see each other as often as we used to, but I do know he's still around, and I think he's doing okay. Anniversary, am I familiar with Arashi no Yoroni? Of course I am. One of the cutest and gayest anime out there. That's The Sheep and the Wolf. Go watch it if you don't know what I'm talking about. Translates in English to One Stormy Night. Arashi no Yoroni. Nom nom nom. All right. And everyone's sort of like, yes, Arashi no Yoru ni, heart. Yes, it's a good bit of anime. And Timmy Fox would like to know how. Okay, moving right along. 1947 Hobo's Delight. Are you referring to my hat? You better not be. You best not be referring to my hat, boy. Who would win in a musical duel, a Fox Amour or Cosmic? That's impossible to say. I'd love to see that duel because it would be epic. Have I checked out Shokugeki no Soma? Actually, no, I have not. If that's a brand of sake, I'd like to try it. Do I ever plan on going to Sweden? If there is a Swedish convention, then they invited me to be a guest. I'd consider it. I have only 19 days of time off from work to spend. They have to be rationed carefully. Euroferns takes up 5. Anthicon takes up 5. That's more than half of them right there. All right. Well, that was Bullseye. Get it? It's a pun, really. Okay. There's one more bottle, and it too is something of an experiment. Now I'm going to go into my little chiller here. Now we have another one, which actually has fairly good reviews online. This is Pure Dawn. Doesn't it sound refreshing? Doesn't it sound peaceful and all that? Okay, it's sake, all right? Yeah. This is interesting. Shimizu no Mai. Yeah, Pure Dawn. The only stamp it has on it is this mysterious letter combination, XJWL. I have no idea what that means. I don't know if that is a lot number or a coded date stamp. So this one too, now this is strictly a Junmai Ginjo, just like the other one, but just like the other one, it does not appear to have a lot of color to it. So even though I don't know when it was bottled, I thought I would give it a go. So we're going to try. It's cute. So let's see how it pours. Okay. I don't know if you can see it, but I can see it. Do you notice? It's kind of hard to see, but this one actually has a noticeable yellow tint to it. It's not pronounced, it's not horrible, but it's enough to make me just a little bit worried as to how it's going to be. It's okay. In this case, that yellow tint is probably its natural color. It can have a little bit of yellow, as I said. Timmy Fox. Now I understand. Timmy Fox was asking how much spanking went on it at Frontal Equinox, and I did not want to answer the question. But I'm going to take this off. They had a primate sanctuary, a primate rescue group there. Now, even though I was not an official guest or even officially at the con, I do like to help out the charities. So I sat down and they had a little stuffed monkey there. And I thought, well, these people are trying to raise money. So I simply offered people the opportunity. I put up a sign that said, spank the monkey, $20. And I held up a stuffed monkey and they got to spank it. People were falling all over themselves to spank the monkey. So they did. And we raised a lot of money. So everybody was happy. Mary would like to make that cuddly cockroach fursuit for me. If she'd like to, okay. Go ahead. Sure, email me, ceo@amphicon.org. Oh boy. Kenta, my favorite general from history and why? Favorite battle that said general was a part of? Oh, Lord of mercy. My fascination with military history is showing. Who was my favorite? That would be a tough one. There are many military minds that I do admire, not for any political philosophy, but because they actually really kicked ass at what they were doing. General Robert E. Lee was a brilliant man, for example. Let's see. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto of the Imperial Japanese Navy. He was the man who planned the attack on Pearl Harbor. He didn't want to do it, but it was his duty, so he did. It is stated that he once said, after he was given the command to attack America, he said that, you will be dictating the terms of surrender in the White House. And people took that as a brash boast, but some historians think that he meant it the other way around. They believe that he was actually saying, you'll be dictating the terms of our surrender. Well, maybe he knew. General Patton did kick ass. The problem was he was a bit of a douchebag. If I were to go back in time, I would not want to meet General Patton simply because he was a douchebag. Apparently, from what I've heard and speaking to men who served under him, the performance that was given in the movie Patton was really spot on. Erwin Rommel was also a brilliant commander, but according to the men who served under him, he was also a douchebag. Let's see. Timmy Fox is the Royal Cure Fox. Congratulations. Diggins, what was the most pitiful attempt to fuck with Uncle Kage? All right, here's another story. Relax, quit typing, I'll tell you. Years ago, this fellow, I won't mention his name, it's not necessary at this point, decided he was going to do a jackass-style video at Anthrocon. What he wanted to do was he wanted to disrupt the convention, specifically security operations, and get the security people running around the convention at responding to phony fights, responding to phony things, completely in chaos and with no control of the situation, so he could film it for the lulz. The problem was he tried to make the arrangements with all his friends and cohorts on an open chat channel. Somebody got wind of it and pointed me to it, so I peeked in, and I was able to see exactly what they were planning. Not very bright on their part. And I looked upon it with amusement, because it was amusing at first. They had it all planned. They were going to stage a fake fight in the parking garage, and then they were all going to split up. So when security got there, they would stage another one at the other end of the hotel, and he would be filming it, and everything would be funny. And then they were going through a list of ideas, all of which I thought were entertaining, until they mentioned the phrase elevator hijinks. Okay, you do not fuck with my elevators. That's all there is to it. You do not fuck with my elevators. So I got a little angry. Now, many people who know me will tell you that Uncle Kage does not get angry, he gets even. But a failing of mine is I never learned the art of appropriate response. I always went for the nuclear option first. That's what I do. Why dick around? Not an eye for an eye. How about an eye for every inch of skin on your body? That's my philosophy. Because if you want to make the guy stop being an asshole, you kind of have to establish right away that there are going to be consequences of such. And those consequences are going to be way out of proportion to the amount of assholery. Moving right along. Two of these people, in fact, were actually coming in from South Africa. That was odd. He's got friends in South Africa who are coming here just to screw with the convention. And I looked at our registration database, and there they were. 2 people registered from South Africa. Okay, you're trying to dick with my con, you're trying to dick with my elevators, you're dicking with me. So, I started doing a little bit of research. The first thing I discovered was this fellow was a student at a local university. All right. I got his name. The internet was wonderful back then. I could get names, pictures. It was great. So I built up a little dossier on everyone. And I called up the dean of students at that particular university. And I said, "Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Conway. I'm going to be holding a conference in Philadelphia, and I understand that one of your students is intending to disrupt that conference. I find this a little alarming. Don't you have any sort of code of conduct for your students to follow? Is that the sort of thing you condone? What sort of student are you turning out at that university of yours?" We had a lovely conversation, and in the end, I wrote up a nice letter to the dean of students outlining everything we talked about and ending with, "There is still the possibility that this is simply a sophomoric prank, and if it is, all right, no harm done. If anything should happen, though, I shall call you forthwith." And I took that letter and I put it over here. That wasn't enough. I needed more. So I called up the local police, got in touch with the special victims unit. They're the ones who handle like political protests or people throwing, blood on abortion clinics, things like that. And I told them, "Hi, I'm running this convention that brings quite a lot of money to your city. And these people want to dick with it. And here's their names. Here's their addresses. Oh, here's pictures too." And I took all that and I made copies and I put it over here on the pile as well. But I was still not satisfied. I've been likened to a samurai sword that once drawn must taste blood. Well, I had not tasted enough. Okay, and remember, I don't have any concept of proportional response, do I? The South Africans, perfect. This was in, I believe, 2002 or 2003. They had only just created the Department of Homeland Security very recently. So I called up the office at the time at Philadelphia Airport to the Department of Homeland Security, and I reported, "I have reason to believe that foreign nationals will be arriving through Philadelphia International Airport with the intention of sabotaging elevators in high-rise hotels." And I got quite a response from Homeland Security, and I took my letter to them and their response and all the communication, and I put it over here too. Now I felt better. All these people had pre-registered. So every single one of them got a packet with all this information in, handed to them at registration. And the funny thing is, nothing happened that year. Even better, the main instigator was himself an artist. And he wanted to be in Artist Alley. Those were the days you had to line up to get into Artist Alley, and he was in the Artist Alley line. And I saw him there, and I had security, just in the distance, just keep half an eye on him. And then I got a radio call. "The police are here." So I went upstairs. Now, the Philadelphia Special Victims Unit had sent along two of the largest, least human police officers on the force. Each man was 18 feet tall, and it just had like blazing red Terminator eyes. And I looked up at them and they looked down at me and they said, "Has this fellow shown up yet?" And I said, "As a matter of fact, let me point him out to you." So we went downstairs, and these guys, they had to like duck under the chandeliers and squeeze their shoulders through the doorways, and they couldn't take the stairs. They just had to like take the entire flight of stairs with one step because they wouldn't fit on the stairs. So we got downstairs. Fortunately, a very high ceiling, 20-foot high ceiling, these guys could fit. And I kind of walked up to this fellow who was sitting on the floor outside Artist Alley. And these two huge shadows fell over him. And he looked up, and I got to see his face as I said, "Ugh." And these two cops said, There's an expression in Furry Fan that you don't fuck with Uncle Kage. Don't. Just don't. Because as I said, I don't have a concept of proportional response. A failing of mine, perhaps I should take anger management classes. I'll get right on that. Ah. And as Squeak Power Horse says, Skål! Oh, Chinlong. Hello, Chinlong. La. Oh, and RC Fox says, people fear you around here. Why? I have never actually killed anyone in a fashion that can be proven. I don't know why people are afraid of me. Is it because I'm creepy? Does this creep you out? Are you scared of me now? Yeah, I can kind of see it. Yeah, that would do it to me too. Oh, yes, your speakers are scared of me. Sorry. This is actually pretty good shit here. Guroshito. I think I'll stick with this one. Gummibjorn says no reason to fear Kage. Yes, that's my PR man out there. And a Demented Fee, if you see people making mad at my con, don't worry about it. I have a very, very good security crew. They make sure I don't get mad. That is actually the role of security at Anthrocon, is to ensure I don't get mad. Cassis Dario, do I own any firearms? I do not, for a very good reason. Because the temptation would be very, very strong. Mary says, kampai. I say kampai right back. Furry Foxes says, I never tasted sake. Well, Furry Foxes, you can use what you have learned watching this wine stream. You can find a very, very good sake out there. A good Junmai Daiginjo, which has a very clear color in a bottle where you can see that, not a clear white bottle because that lets in too much light, but a blue bottle, a green bottle, something where you can see the color inside. If you can see the brewing date, the year is first. If it ends or begins with anything 14 or before, don't touch it. Tuzzy would like to know, do you allow your security to carry guns at your con? They don't need to. My security are professionals. A significant number of them are Vietnam veterans. They don't need firearms to do their job, believe me. Mary would like to know, what was my favorite theme at your occurrence? I liked the Unlucky 13. I still have a poster for Pompeii in my kitchen. I think it would have had to been the Unlucky 13. That was a lot of fun. Oh, what was the theme? What was the theme that where the Paw Pet show was Phantom of the Paw Pet show? Was that Unlucky 13? Someone remind me. The year that they had Phantom of the Paw Pet show, that was my absolute favorite year. Let's see. Oh boy. Most wine I ever drank in one sitting. I have gone through 4 full bottles of wine, 3 liters of wine. I'm not going to do that again. Let's see. If you had to choose the theme for AC by yourself, what would it be? Kage's retirement. That would be lovely. It would be actually alcohol appreciation. That would be my favorite theme. Kenta would like to know, have I ever eaten a military MRE? That is a meal ready to eat. Yes, I have. They are absolutely flavorless. I do not know how our military can subsist on them. James Blue Jay would like to know, is sake something you could cook with? Yes, it is, but it's a waste of good sake. If you've got sake that's kind of a little icky, you can cook with that. Oh boy. Silver would like to know, when will you bring your lovely mother back to a wine stream? The problem is, I could very well have Mom on a wine stream, but she will want to drink the wine. I only ever have enough for myself, and well, it would get to be problematical. Also, the wine stream goes until I'm drunk and falling down. It's too far for her to walk back home. Someone would have to drive her home. It couldn't be me. So logistically, I don't know if it would work. Tromso boy would like to know, have you ever thought about doing a cognac stream? I'm not really a cognac drinker, so no. Oh, Waterwolf. Yes, the Eurofurence with the FIA, the Furry Intelligence Agency. I'm going to correct myself. I think that would have to be, that was my first Eurofurence, and I loved the FIA. Those guys did wonderful. Arctic Zero, will my mother be at EF this year? It is our intention to get Mom to EF this year. Again, expense is a concern, but we are working on that. Let's see. Would I hire a United States Air Force C-17 crew chief to be on your staff? I don't hire security. The Dorsai regulars bring in the security. He would have to talk to them. No. Let's see. No more questions. I'm going to have a drink, yeah. So I actually have a question for Chinlong. I see a lot of people typing LOL in here. Over in Singapore, do you guys type LOL? I just want to know. Or is it LO-LA? That was a really stupid joke. I'm waiting for him to facepalm at me. Tuzzy says, but I want to work for you, Uncle Kage. Talk to the people who work for me. That's, I don't know if you want to do that. My favorite CGI animated film. Boy, I'm guessing right now it had to be Zootopia. I love Zootopia. That was great. Oh, Kenta, snickerdoodle or chocolate chip? Chocolate chip, definitely. Lots of chocolate chips, not this bullshit where there's like 3 chocolate chips in the cookie. It is still LOL, sadly, or LOL, lore. Well, I've taught everything that I wanted to teach about sake, so I guess I'm just going to have to consume the examples that I have. So, all right. No. This is a very good question from Zaber Supersonic. Is it frowned upon if you go to Anthrocon but sleep in your own personal vehicle because you're broke? If you're that broke, you should not be going to Anthrocon. Please do not try to sleep in your vehicle. The police will ask you to move along. It's not really smiled upon. But I think of the old 70s Disney Robin Hood. I saw it in the theaters. That was an excellent film. And Silent Dawn says, "Hi, Jack. Where? It's an American thing. You have to do that. Jack, you're late. Where the hell you been?" Kenta says, meatloaf and mashed potatoes or tacos. That's interesting you should say that. I just had meatloaf and mashed potatoes for dinner this evening. I'm not really big on tacos. They're kind of sloppy, and I tend to wear very nice ties and shirts, and they get all over it. So I would prefer the mashed potatoes and the meatloaf. And Cassis Dorio says, I'm turning 18 about 3 weeks after Anthrocon. You've been running it since before I was born. Well, thank you very much for pointing that out. Eisen, is it bad to go to your first con alone? A lot of people do. I would only say it's bad if you go to your second con alone. You should make friends at your first con. Senpai Fish would like to offer a small cake being brought to me. If you bring it to me at a convention, the thing is I don't usually accept food at a convention for two reasons. One, don't take this the wrong way. I usually don't know who's giving it to me, and these days one has to be careful. And two, I don't really eat a lot during the conventions, so I am the only person who's exempt from the 621 rule at Anthrocon. Next time I come to Germany with some spare time off, like that's ever going to happen, I should go to my way to Kaiser Sauerkraut near Frankfurt, and you show me around the Air Force. Well, that'd be very nice, Tuzzy, but getting extra time, that's a hard one. Again, I have to ration my days off, and they get rationed very, very tightly. Mystery would like to, no, I'm sorry, Arctic Zero would like to know, do you usually eat while drinking wine? I prefer to eat before drinking wine. I do not like to drink wine on an empty stomach because then I cannot drink as much wine. Bossasaur asks a very good question. How is Jay Badger doing? The last time I spoke to him, he was hanging in there. For those of you who do not know, our dear old friend Jay Badger is not well. He is suffering from a very, very aggressive form of cancer, and we fear the prognosis is not good. So we are crossing our fingers for him and keeping him in our best thoughts. Furry Foxes will not go to Anthrocon this year. Save your money, go next year. Next year will be even better. Gummy Bjorn says, if EF's your first con, find me in the lobby bar. I'm the fat dude in the black hat who is speaking Danish. Then you won't be alone. Actually, Gummy Bjorn is delightful, fantastic company. Yeah. To call him the fat dude in the black hat is really, that's not the best description. He is an absolutely delightful man. Seek him out, sit down, talk with him. He is a wonderful person to chat with. And I don't just say that because he's one of my patrons. Weissenbruch would like to know how Bick is doing. Bick is doing well. He is on the mend. We fully expect to see him at Anthrocon doing his sign language thing for all the people there. And Demented Wolfie says, I want to be with my... Your cap lock is stuck, and I think you spit on your screen at the last bit there. And, oh yes, improv panel with Alkali 2 and myself. We're working on that. The problem is, for me to do panels at Anthrocon, it can be tough getting time for it. No. And Silver Gatamon, yes, you really ought to get out to AC at least once. I'm going to check something. Pardon me, I'm actually on another web page here. As part of my promise to my lovely patrons, I read off the name of all my wonderful, lovely patrons, but Patreon was actually down when I tried to log in earlier, and I want to make sure I've got the list here. Oh, I do, as a matter of fact. I'm actually able to get in. So, without further ado, as long as it will load the goddamn page, there it is. I should like to read off the list of the wonderful people who give money to this creepy old guy so that he can sit and get drunk in their faces on a Saturday night when they really should be out there doing something useful. But you're sweet anyway. So, my eternal thanks as I look away to the camera again to Bentley Shepherd, Zilver, Xylodon, Zaru, now there's the dragon, Warias the dragon, Sarek Silver Gatamon, Terror Rage, Congo, James Beach, Gummy Bjorn, Flippy Snow, Chaosy Chaos, pardon me, Furry Trainer, Jimbo Land, Angus, Caffeine, Dole, Matthew Blick, to the Ranty Griffin, hey, too, how you doing? Misha, Forest Scales, Pippin, Firefox, Mike Cozier, yeah, Bossasaur, Dragon King, Glitch, Caraway, Donald E. Matt, yeah, I like that one. Raina Lee, Zragon, Zragon, it's hard to pronounce the 4, I hate to tell you. There's Furry Foxes, we got Rob, we have Wolf Velter, we got Shukin Flash, we got Jeremy McElworth, Zimbalion, and blah, 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 and wonderful, wonderful people. It is increasingly difficult to read these names because sake tends to make your tongue very slow. I just need to mention that. And if we want to read, okay, well, somebody mentioned it. What the hell? Who the heck's in the channel right now? Who we got? There's Gummy Bjorn. We got me. There's Diggins, Canton Skunko. We got Tuzzy. We got Arabian Darkstone. We got Zephyr Wolffox. We got Zombie, Dacia Cyrus, Dragon Wolf, Zarp, the Hybrid, Slash, Skunkit, Sully, Aurovos, Rainily, Newvig, Silent Dawn twice for some reason, QB Roku, Germanium Oxide, Trotol Angus, Timmy Fox, Zarum, Literally Rufus, hard to say, Rufus, Journeyman Ick, Royan Blackwing, Elusive Doctor, Nightkin Who's, Vagataman, Tudik, Steel Wolf, Voss, Zaberzuberzonic, Arctic Zero, Basil Cat, Kenta, Briggs, Buckingham, Tromsoboy 100, RC Fox, Lichtwolf, Silver, Redline, Kenny the Dragon, Sent by Fish, James Shy, Cashito, and Demented Wolfie. Where did the longs go? Did they log off? I seem to have lost the lungs. Longs. And Tromsoboy says, Skull, la 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 la. Hi. And Angosul says, Dominagatu Kaisan, thanks for the education. Gotta go to a birthday party. Enjoy the party. Thank you for being here tonight. Mary says, where do we give you money so you can do more wine streams? Well, if you look down there, there's a button that says donate. You can do it by, PayPal, or you can go to www.patreon.com/Uncle Kage, all one word, and you become a patron. And then I will answer questions like C says, what yak piss are you indulging this evening? This is not yak piss. This is pure dawn, I shall have you know. And Arctic Zero says, Nostrovia. Vovaka says, do you think we might soon reach a point of congoers where an almost Piguvian tax to con prices? or what should be gone with the ever-increasing number of conference goers? I think it's very, very safe to say that I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about. Link any further to the Patreon. All right. Here's the Patreon page. I'll put it down. I'm going to type with my fingers down here. It's http://patreon.com. Uncle Hi. With a G. And for the Singaporeans out there, La. Diggins, if you start getting more money from Patreon than being a scientist, what will you do? Stop being a fucking scientist. I'll tell you, it doesn't pay. Kai says, Dario, the worst wine I've ever had, Chardonnay. Chardonnay is an abomination before God and man, and I state that with no qualifications whatsoever. Chardonnay has a tendency to be oaked. It tastes like a pencil. If I want to chew on a pencil, I'll chew on a goddamn pencil. Don't put it in my wine. RC Fox, with the zoo being the charity of this year's AC, will this help propel AC into a larger spotlight or possibly have us become a household name? We're already a household name. We're already in a big spotlight. It really can't do anything worse. What would it take to get you to mix your sakes in an old metal bucket? Put $500 in the donations and I'll do it. Okay, how's that? RC Fox asks, since I base what we do around the city outside the Anthrocon time for events and charities, people know you in the city, RC. You're doing a great job. Just continue. You don't need Anthrocon to advertise for you. You are representing, and I'm proud of you for it. Basilcat, is a fucking scientist different to a regular one? A fucking scientist is a scientist who still has a sex life, unlike guys like me who don't anymore. Don't ever get old. It sucks. Okay, what else going on here? RC Fox, we are for certain. I am usually asked if we represent the con, but I find that just... The very simple question is, we don't represent Anthrocon, but we represent furries. That's a perfect answer. That's all you got to do. And Tuzzy says, check the donation box and wait. You wouldn't. No, don't do that to me. Don't do that to me. Moving right along. Anyway, let's see. Red Fang, do I ever try red wines? Let me tell you about red wines, Red Fang. Since you're asking because you're Red Fang, you're asking about red wines. Red wines have a tendency to be very acidic. They contain tannic acid. You might have heard about astringency. That is the tannic acid and the tannins that basically they have that effect, almost a drying effect on the tongue. I find it offensive. I really do not like that bitterness, that astringency that the red wines give. Also, if you get drunk on them and spill them on a white lab coat, they'll show up, but white wine is just invisible. Arctic Zero, how many increase of new furries come to AC? A couple of hundred. That's all we can gather. We don't really keep tabs on who has been there before and who hasn't, but we do see a lot of new names. Pim would like to know, is champagne a white wine? Yes, champagne is a form of white wine. The champagne grape is a white grape. Let's see. Whomever in this chat was mentioning RC Fox, shoot me a DM on Twitter. Well, that was me. I was talking about you. That was me, the guy talking. RC, me. Toja says, what would you choose, curry or pasta? How about curry pasta? I like both, depending on my mood. I am fond of curry, but I do like a good pasta bolognese. I love pasta bolognese. Yep. Johnson Boy 100 says, my sister says that Kage is cute. Your sister either has cataracts or she's 98 years old. Kenta would like to know, how did the AC Reds drinking game come about? Excellent question, Kenta. I shall tell you. It was Giza and myself. We were, this was more than 10 years ago. We were printing up badges at my house, and we commented that, here's another one, a person whose name contains their species. Here's a person with a color in their name. Here's somebody with a mystic element like rain, moon, wind, fire, sun, shadow. And it was Giza who said, dude, check this out. We ought to make a drinking game out of this. And I said, I got a bottle of sake in the fridge. So we did, and we tried it. Every time there was a species in the name, on the badge name, that was a drink. Every time there was a color in there, that was a drink. Every time there was a mystic element like sun, moon, wind, fire, rain, shadow, that was a drink. So wind, fire, shadow, moon, fox, that was one of these. That's what we did there, yeah. Cassius Dario, the most expensive wine you ever tasted. The most expensive wine I ever tasted was the most expensive sake I ever tasted. That was at Morimoto's in Philadelphia. Chef Morimoto has his own sake label. A glass of sake, half this volume, was $28. I had 3 of them. It was like drinking sex. I'll tell you, it was astonishing. But there's no way I could afford that again. Demendable says, I think someone stole my FA account. Then you need to send an email to the FA admins. They will take care of that. Arctic Zero says, give us an example for the people in the stream, please. An example of what? I forgot. What were we talking about? That one, that guy. Am I looking forward to SunnyCon 5? I am indeed. I am very much looking forward to SunnyCon 5. I really did fall in love with Newcastle upon Tyne. You might tell the organizers it's high time they contacted me about travel arrangements. I'd like to get that settled. But I had a blast at SunnyCon. For those of you who do not know, SunnyCon is an anime convention that takes place up until this past year in Sunderland in the UK. It's in the Northeast, just outside of Newcastle upon Tyne. It's on the North Sea. So it's kind of gray. It's England. I was one of their guests. Now, okay, I'm in the business. I don't have any illusions. I was definitely a B-list guest. They had amazing voice actor number one and amazing voice actor number two, and then the Yank, the furry, Uncle Kage. I was like, when you went to their webpage, it was amazing voice actor number one, amazing voice actor number two, and that's all. And then when you went to the guest page, it was amazing voice actor number one, amazing voice actor number two, and if you scroll down, oh, and the Yank. So, but I didn't, again, I don't take offense. It didn't bother me. I understood. They wanted a furry guy, so they got me. Okay, they could have gotten Jimmy Chin. I mean, he's an actual furry. I'm just an old guy who drinks too much, but all right. When I arrived, the gentleman that picked me up, he was a staff member. I've seen this happen. My heart went out. I immediately felt a kinship with this young man. It was like we were brothers, because I could see the pain and exhaustion in his face. And I just wanted to give him a hug and say, my boy, I understand. He was stressed. He looked like he hadn't slept. There were big dark circles under his eyes. He was trying very hard. He came to pick me up at the airport. As I said, he was trying very hard to be professional, but he had the 1,000-yard stare. And when he picked up my bags, he started to talk. This has happened to me in that state, and you might be familiar with this. He was thinking something and didn't realize it was coming out of his mouth. Has that ever happened to you? When you realize, oh shit, I said that out loud, didn't I? He picked up my bags and staring off into the ether as we walked. He was stumbling. I was walking behind him very concerned, thinking I should have to catch him when he falls. And he said, my word, you're in luck. Amazing voice actor number one has canceled. You can have his hotel room. You won't have to bunk with the staff. And I said, so I was going to bunk with the staff, was I? And I saw his face, this look of horror when he realized, oh God, I said that out loud. He said, oh no, there's the car right there. Is this your first time in England? Yes, very, very jolly. Good to see you. Maybe would you like to stop for coffee? Okay, son. Don't worry. Do not worry about it. I told him, we're going to keep this just between us. Although I kind of just screwed that up, didn't I? But anyway, we got to the hotel, and I got amazing voice actor number one's room. And he also told me that amazing voice actor number one was going to be there Friday and Saturday, and he wasn't there. He had canceled. So for Friday, I was the guest. Amazing voice actor number two was going to be there Saturday and Sunday. So there were no guests there except for me on Friday. So I said to him, well, just, hey, this is what I do. Tell me what you need. I'm here to help out the con. You make me a guest. My job is to make sure people have fun. You need something from me, just tell me. So I did my thing. What do? They put me in a big room. I said, bring me a bottle of wine, preferably not English. And I just started drinking it and making noise with my face. It was a big room, maybe 600 chairs. At first, it was just the furries, 19 at most people in there. But after an hour, the room was full. Okay, I must be doing something right. It's like, oh, let's go watch a Yank get drunk. Maybe that's what it was. But I did my thing. I tried to keep people entertained. When I wasn't on the stage, I was out. I want to mingle with people. I want to see people. I want to have fun. I saw Caraway there. I wish he was here tonight. Caraway is a big white bunny. He's imaginary, but that doesn't make him any less fun. So that was Friday. We had a grand old time. And I went back to my hotel room. And Saturday morning, I got up and I went back to the con site. Different kind of convention. Hotel is here. Convention site is a block away. It's just how things work that way. So I went down to the con site, and I was met as I went in by the same staff member, and he had an expression that I know very well. He walked up to me like this. I said, oh my God, what happened? He said, The second guest is canceled. You're it. I said, you mean I'm your only guest? He said, yes, that's all right. I said, okay. Put me where you need me. I'm here to work for you. Just tell me where to go. So again, I spent Saturday and Sunday just trying to meet with people, to be nice to people, to hang out with people. Hey, that's the good part. That's the fun part. I want to hang out with people. I don't really know if I did what they expected, but I think that they enjoyed it because I went home on Monday. And on Wednesday, I had an invitation to come back in 2016. And if you go to the webpage 2016, I'm listed first. Oh, Furry Foxes is going to sleep. It is 2 a.m. here in France. Bonsoir, mon ami. Merci. Yes, that mimicked British accent. That comes from years of watching Monty Python's Flying Circus. It's the best I can do. I'm terribly sorry. Dagan says, I was called the savior of SunnyCon. I was not the savior of SunnyCon. I was the drunken yank. I was the distraction. I gave people something to laugh at so they weren't mad that the real guest didn't show up. I have no illusions. I'm good with that. I liked being in that role. I had fun. And Red Fang says, I know someone that has seen you as a kid holding a trout you caught. I was not a kid. I was in my 30s, I'll have you know. And Elusive Doctor says, sit on my face. What? Moving right along. Oh, Silver, shouldn't you be drawing while you can still hold it? Silver's right. I should be drawing, but first I'm going to finish this glass. Dead soldier. I'm going to finish this glass, and then I'm going to start the drawing. And then I'm going to sing, Egean Gummi Bjorn, Egean Gummi Bjorn, but I'm not going to sing that. Oh. Cassis Dario, the highest milling percentage in the sake I've seen is from Dasai, under the label Otter Festival, 23%. When they milled away 77% of the kernel. It is magnificent. It is wonderfully smooth. It is silky. It's bloody expensive, but when I can get it, oh boy, do I like it. Tromso Boy, go drawing you fa. Yeah, I'll do that, Tromso Boy, just for you, okay? Briggs Buckingham, who is your favorite historical aviator? Oh my goodness, that's narrowing it down, isn't it? I had a lot of historical figures, historical aviator. Does it have to be a well-known historical aviator? There was Paul Gordon, a good friend of mine. He was an aviator, and he was historical, I guess. Okay. Unfortunately, at this moment, I do not have the name on the top of my brain. I'm going to have to look it up. He was a German pilot in World War II. An ace, an outstanding fighter pilot, but he was a dick. He was a nonconformist. He didn't like authority. Excellent fighter pilot. Damn good at what he did, but he really didn't fit in with the Luftwaffe ideal. He was also a renowned pianist, and it is said that he was so well known as a fighter pilot, he was asked to a party at the Führer's private house at Berchtesgaden, and he was asked if he would play the piano because they heard he was an accomplished pianist as well as an accomplished fighter pilot. By the way, if anybody knows who I'm talking about, go ahead, say it in here. I would have to look his name up. But this guy, you want to talk about brass balls? He sat down at Adolf Hitler's piano and started playing some Benny Goodman jazz, ragtime pieces here. Basically Jewish music. And he played it specifically because he knew it would piss Hitler off. Dude, yeah, wow. Let's see. Big Paws, you tell Cogway he still looks like a kid. Okay, Big Paws, you might be older than me, but I'm catching up to you as we get further and further. The difference, the proportional difference between our ages gets closer and closer. Remember that. Arctic Zero, what do you consider your greatest success in life? Anthrocon. I haven't done shit for science, but I'm very, very proud of Anthrocon. Let's see. Wilkie. Yes, Zebezonik. Yes, Wolf Dietrich Wilkie. That was him. I was reading his biography very recently. It's like, dude, if you were alive today, I would buy you a drink. You know, any soldier who's going to sit down and play, you know, Benny Goodman music in front of Adolf Hitler just to be like, yeah. Wow. Let's see. What are your thoughts about the evolution of video games? Oh, boy. I'm a Donkey Kong man. That was the last real video game I got into. Now you kids with your up, down, side, push this, put in the side of the combo moves where you push the arrow and to the left, left, right, right, up, down, bullshit. One joystick, one button, that's all you need, okay? Zaron wants to know, have I heard the story of Charlie Brown and Franz Stigler? I have not, actually. Now I'm curious. Let's see. Oh, yes, James Luigi, the most advanced system I have is a sneeze. The most advanced system I have is a sneeze. Well, it is pollen season here. Fluticasone propionate, Flonase, I recommend it. It's actually very good for that. Yep. And Zombie, a German pilot refused to shoot down a bomber that was heavily damaged. They say that World War I was the last chivalric war. It was World War II, and there were Luftwaffe pilots who were still knights of the air. There are stories that have been told of pilots, fighter pilots that have zeroed in on enemies, had them in their sights, fired across their propellers, and then peeled off as a little, I could have killed you, but you did okay today. Let's do it again tomorrow. You know, there's nothing glamorous, there's nothing glorious about war, but to add that little touch of humanity to it, you know, I think that was the last time in history we saw it. It was actually World War II, and primarily from the Germans. Arctic Zero, what was your favorite charity AC raise money? Well, that's tough. I liked all the charities. Years and years ago, the Great Valley Nature Center, because they had a red-tailed hawk. You all know my fascination with that species. They let me hold the hawk during the charity auction. That was great. Oh, dear me. It would be difficult then, really, for me to narrow down who my favorite was. I like the Greyhound Adoption Program because that's kind of cool. It's specific, but when you can appreciate what racing greyhounds go through, these people really do a pretty good service. Let's see. Oh, and Beat Paul says hello. Hello, Palsy. Good to see you. Rufus says, pink bunny suit. Don't go there, boy. Tuzzy says, sparkling or still water? Sparkling. Ever since I started going to Germany, I am hooked on fizzy water. Mit Kohlensäure bitte. I don't even like to drink regular water here. I have a soda stream, and I carbonate my water because I like it fizzy. RC Fox. Do you feel pressure from MFF charity-wise? No. We're not in competition with anybody but ourselves. We are not out to outdo anybody. We're out to outdo us. Tromso no no nyo brown bear. Gummibjorn, you're drunk. Go home. And fur yet unnamed, you are fucking late. Good God, man. We've been here 2 hours plus. Walter Wolf. Different suits. Just thinking of Kage in the big Hamtaro suit. That was a fiction. That was a piece of special effects. I was never in a Hamtaro suit. Somebody used some kind of video toaster thing to make it look like that was me, but I deny it. That was not me. It never was. Jimmy Fox says, you're drunk, go home. I am home, asshole. Next. You can tell it was fake. Look at the pixels. You can see the pixels are the way the pixels are. That's how you can tell it was toastered in the video, because there's pixels. Yeah. Trust me, I'm a scientist. Stop talking about that. No more on that topic. Let's talk about something else. Kage, would you like to wear RC5? That's kinky. I don't know what you're talking about, but okay. BT Werewolf has a picture of... that's Friedrich Lengfeld. Yeah. Gary Ferret is dry. Get another beer. I'll wait. Wait till Gary gets back. Are you back? I hope so. RC, did I ever wear RC? I don't think I did. I don't remember that. Yep. I'm seeing a story of Friedrich Lengfeld, and I'm going to drink a toast to Friedrich Lengfeld. If you don't know the name, those of you watching this on YouTube, Friedrich Lengfeld, November 12th, 1944. Look it up. Here's to him. And the minimal fear did not froze forbid. That was me sitting very, very still. Fooled you. What would you do if somebody handed you a Hamtaro suit? I would kick him in the nuts. Next question. Cassie says, I need to pee. Can you take a bathroom break too? I can't actually do it on demand. You go ahead. You won't miss much. You can download it. I'll go when I have to. All right? How's that? Oh, Timmy Fox, which U.S. con would be better for someone living overseas, MFF or AC? The two conventions would be equivalent. I would say whichever one is least expensive to get to. It might be MFF because you may be able to fly directly to Chicago from an overseas airport. There are very, very few flights overseas that fly into Pittsburgh. So whichever one is most cost effective. Rufus says, last stream was never uploaded. What are you talking about, Rufus? It most certainly was. Was it? I made the last stream available to patrons. Did I make it public for everybody else? I meant to. If I didn't, somebody tell me. I'll make it public tomorrow. No, I didn't? Well, motherfucker. Okay, Gummibjorn, could you do me a favor? Drop me a note on Patreon to remind me, make the last stream public for people, because I won't remember any of this in the morning. So thank you very much. Let's see. Oh, yeah, yes, the patrons got to see the last stream, he said, hint, hint, hint. Will you stop talking about the bloody Hamtaro suit? It never happened. I deny everything. Getting low. Once this is empty, we're doing the art. Don't worry. Oh, Kashita, just because you deny everything doesn't mean it didn't happen. Well, just because it doesn't happen doesn't mean I haven't denied it. Fuck you. Next question. Ever play War Thunder or World of Tanks? Neither. Saber Supersonic, I have never played either. Donkey Kong, that was the last one I played, okay? Rufus would like to know, tell us about the... Rufus, are you telling me you don't know? Rufus doesn't know about this? Is there anybody else who doesn't know about this? You mean this or this? There's two signs. Let me angle my camera a little bit here. This much is obvious. Put that here for now. This, on the other hand, I bought this in 1998 at the hotel that Anthrocon was going to be at. It was a points to the first person who can tell me the name of the musical piece. Waiting for it right now. There it is. Thank you very much, Gusto. Funeral March of the Marionette. I like her little legs move here. Yes. And it says, when people think you're dead, come crawling back. The joy of perseverance. Dun, dun, dun. Now we have that slow as it gradually winds down and gives us the last, and this thing slowly tilts. And let's fix that. There we go. All right. Elusive Doctor says, hard to find a nice German Riesling when you're living in Philly. That's the problem. You're in Pennsylvania. The LCB is a son of a bitch. It would be illegal and irresponsible of me to recommend to you to drive across to New Jersey and go to Total Wine and buy a proper German Riesling. So I am not going to recommend that you do that. Canton Skunkwolf is going to bed. Thank you very much for coming tonight. The real Nero is very late. So you're not going to learn about this sake. By the way, LCB is the Liquor Control Board in Pennsylvania. The state has a monopoly on all alcohol. It's one of the reasons I got out. And we're done. Pippa would like to know, how many times have you visited Germany? 19, as near as I can recall. Oh, 20. One was a business trip. RC Fox, yes, you can get in trouble for transporting alcohol, which is why I am telling you, it would not do for you to drive across to New Jersey and go to Total Wine and try to purchase alcohol. I do not recommend doing such a thing, especially if you try to go to a liquor store that is right on the state line. Let me tell you a story. I like sake. Did you know that? I like sake. You cannot get good sake in Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania is a desert. The LCB is full of morons. There was a liquor store in Delaware, just across the state line, that had some excellent sake. And I wanted to get some. Now, it would not do. It's patently illegal to drive across the state line and buy alcohol and try to bring it into Pennsylvania. As a matter of fact, I was told that agents of the Pennsylvania Liquor Control Board will sit in the parking lots of the liquor stores on the state line looking for Pennsylvania license plates. And they will follow them back into the state and pull them over and cite them for importing alcohol illegally. But those are just stories, right? They're just tales told to frighten children. So I may or may not have driven down to Delaware with the possible intention or not of buying sake. And perhaps I bought some sake and put it in the back of my car. And as I was leaving the alleged or not site, I pulled out and an SUV, a black SUV with tinted windows, pulled out behind me. And I drove along and he was right behind me. So I turned left and he turned left. I turned right and he turned right. So I turned to begin to drive deeper into the state of Delaware. I didn't know where I was going. I was lost. I was just driving down residential streets, and this blacked out SUV was right behind me. So I pulled into a driveway, and I got out of the car, and I opened up the trunk where there might have been sake, and the SUV kept on driving just slowly down the road. And at this little house in Delaware, I walked up to the front door and I rang the bell. And I saw the SUV continue on out of sight. And the lady answered the door and I said, "Does Aloysius McGillicuddy live here?" And she said, "No, I'm sorry." I said, "Oh, I'm terribly sorry. I must have the wrong house." I got back in my car, quickly drove back home. The statute of limitations is up, so fuck you, LCB. Next question. Orion Shep says, where is his lab coat? The answer to your question is in the laundry, because I wore it at a convention last week. But since this is a sake stream, I am wearing my lovely, Japanese smoking jacket this evening here. So, who needs a lab coat? Let's see. Thank God for the statute of limitations. Yes, thank God for the statute of limitations. Yeah. Have I checked your donation box yet? Why? Excuse me just a moment. Not that I don't trust Tuzzy, but well, I don't really see anything untoward. So what are you talking about there? What is this? Well, okay. Okay, Tuzzy, I checked the donation box. I don't see anything that would account for dumping all of my sakes together into a metal bucket. Mary says, where in Delaware did you get your sake? Someplace, maybe, or maybe I didn't. I don't know. Maybe it was along 202, possibly at the state line. I don't know. Oh, God, Arctic Zero. Oh, motherfucker. Did you ever get a con crud? Good Lord, boy, listen to me. I went to Convergence in Australia, in Melbourne, this past January. Did I get con crud? Holy shit. I had the worst con crud I have ever had. The last day of the convention, my throat was raw. I lost my voice. I had to do an auction croaking and gasping and wheezing, trying to finish the auction. After it was done, I just went straight to bed. I woke up with a 102-degree fever, barely able to walk. Managed to get to the airport, got into the plane, collapsed into my first-class seat, and just passed out, hoping that by the time I got to the States, I would feel better. Well, I didn't. When I woke up, when I landed at Los Angeles, I was still fevered. I was sweating. I am sure I looked a mess. I was staggering, panting, out of breath. And I got off the plane, and all these customs posters are saying, if you show any signs of illness, you must check in with a health agent. Oh, crap. They're going to think I have Ebola. Okay, I'm smart enough to know I don't have Ebola, but customs agents don't know that. So I'm trying to look cool. I'm trying to look cagey. So I almost made it through, but one officer came up to me and looked at me closely and said, "Sir, do you feel all right?" I thought, oh crap, I'm busted. Think fast. I said, actually, no. Listen to me, my son. Never, ever, ever try to go shot for shot with Australian Marines. They will not surrender. Oh, God. If that wastebasket is empty, you might want to slide it over here. I don't think I'm done yet. He said, it's okay, sir. Just move along. That was quick thinking, but I found out later I was kind of taking my life into my hands. Australia doesn't have a Marine Corps. If this guy knew that, I'd have been done. Yes, Elusive Doctor, you saw my tweet. Everything in Australia is trying to kill you, even the air. Well, this bottle's done. And with this bottle done, I suppose that it's time to draw some artwork. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to draw shit because I can't draw. But the patrons expect me to vomit out some ink onto paper, so I'll do it just for you because I love you all. Okay. So the first thing we need to do, this keyboard, this goes over here. Okay. Then we set up the drawing studio. This is the drawing studio. You recognize it, all you chemists out there? Okay, all right. All right. So this goes here. See? All right. Now I got to set this up to make sure I can see. This is what we call a three-fingered clamp. Can you see why they call it a three-fingered clamp? Okay. Now this is the camera, and the camera goes like, not like that actually. It goes this kind of, this stupid cord gets in the way. I don't know where to put it. There we are. Now there we go. Okay. All right. That's my table. Say hi to my table. Hello, table. Okay. This is my sketchbook. See? Strathmore sketchbook. Okay. So what I do now is I go to my list o' patrons whom I love all to pieces. And I see what my wonderful patrons wanted me to draw. Okay. I don't know what that's for. Okay. So we go to this and we set this up so we can, sometimes I draw this way. Sometimes I draw this way. Maybe I'll draw this way. Okay. And I get my drawing apparatuses. I need a pen. There's some other pens around here. Where the hell are my other pens? I'm sure I had other pens here. All right. What'd you do with my other pens, you son of a bitch? I can't find my other pens. All right. Gonna go get more. I'll be right back. Don't mind me. Pens. Oh, no, wait. Here they are. Here they are. Because sometimes I want to draw big lines. Sometimes I want to draw really big lines. Right? Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see. Have I finished off all this? Oh, give me a moment. Hang on. Where's my glass? Where did I put? God damn it! Where did I put the? Here it is. Since that was Qianlong, I'm going to honor him with the Hakuryu, the white dragon. Even though he's a yellow dragon, I'm going to pour this. Here we go. This is for. Remember how I said how clear it was? Look at it. Do you see that? Just a tiny little bit. Oh, that's good. Oh, nice. I want to have sex with this sucker. More in your. That's good shit. That is good shit there. Okay. All right. So this is all for Qianlong. So it's going to go over here. And I got my drawing things. Okay. The first drawing for tonight. Oh boy, is from Zilber. Okay, Zilber says, the picture you showed me last time, the one with hair on your face and freaky fish in your hands. I request the same setup, but with a cockroach, please. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to put this here, and I'm going to put this here, and I'm actually going to pull that picture up and see if maybe I can show other people this picture, all right? Don't do nothing to here for me. I'm doing computer shit, okay? Right, here you go. All right, I got to... Oh, I need my keyboard back for that. All right. All right, the almighty keyboard. Wham! There it is. Okay. Around here. That's it. I'm going to get rid of this shit now. Okay, right? So, let's see. I think, let me see if I know how to do this. Okay, I'm going to try it. Don't go away. Okay. This is the picture he was talking about. This is a picture of me taken when I lived in Arkansas. Let's slow that down. I lived in Arkansas in 1993 or 1994. See, I was still with the Red Cross. You see the hat there because I still did not think that they were. I didn't think that they were an organized crime outfit, but they are. So okay. So, all right. This shit. Okay, right. Okay. So what Zilver the Viking says, the picture you showed me last time, that one, the freaky fish in her hands, the same setup, but with a cockroach. Okay, whatever Silver wants, Silver gets. All right, okay. Hang on. We got to do a little tiny, whoa. You know, it's getting harder and harder to see for some strange reason around here. I'm going to fix somebody's little red wagon because it's fun. Excuse me a second. Where'd he go? There he is. No, somebody already took care of him. Thank you very much, my wonderful moderators. Where was I? Oh, yes, I was drawing crap. Okay, you don't need this crap. All right, so what was it Zilber said? The picture with the hair on the fish and the freaky fish. Okay, here we go. All right, here's a pen, right? So he said the same picture, but with a cockroach. Okay, we can do that. All right. So here we have, here we got body. and like this, and then kind of a, you know, really, really big eyes like that. Yep. And he's holding the really big fish in his hands, and there's the fish's tail, and the fish has fins coming out here, and it's like a fish, and he's kind of dead, but he's got fins up here. Because he's a cockroach, he's got like multiple arms, and he's able to hold the fish that way. But he's standing down here, and cockroaches have these weird little bifurcated tails. Okay, there you go. That's it. That's it. That is the same picture, but with a cockroach. Okay, this is for silverware. And I'll even sign it. Yay, Uncle Kage. Okay. That was easy. Let's do another one. Let's do another one here. Okay. All right. Now we got James Beach. James Beach. James, are you out there? I didn't see. If you're out there, James, wave your arms or something. Hang on. Oh, God, that's good. Okay. James says, draw the Easter Bunny that has gotten drunk on way too much, whatever that the Easter Bunny got drunk on way too much of. It went off the edge of the page. Let me fix that there. No, that's not it. There. Stupid Microsoft. All right. I want to... Okay, it's gotten... Okay, Easter Bunny, drunk on way too much wine. Oh, wow. Okay, Easter Bunny. Okay, Easter bunnies have kind of bunny-shaped heads, and bunnies have these kind of ball-shaped faces, like that, right? And they have these little triangle noses, which twitch a lot. And these whiskers, long whiskers, and these long ears, which are the first part you eat, right? And he's had too much to drink. And drunks always have like these little dots coming out of their heads for some reason. I don't know why. And he's like, he's like, dude, whoa. So he's got a basket. No, he's got a bottle of wine in this hand. Bottle of wine, right? Yeah. A really skinny bottle. This is ice wine. That's why it's a skinny bottle. It's a really skinny bottle of wine right here, right? And in this hand, he's got a basket, but because he's had too much to drink, this basket does not hold eggs. It holds hand grenades. That's the problem. This Easter Bunny has got a basket full of hand grenades, you know, and this one's even lit. So, okay. So, all right. Okay, and he's standing in tall grass because I do not want to draw the rest of his body. So this is like Easter grass he's standing in. Yeah, that looks like a bunny to me. Okay, that's right. That's okay. This is for James Beach. There you go. Yeah, I love James. Okay. Congo Cheetah. Have I mentioned I love Congo Cheetah? Congo Cheetah is wonderful. He has been a patron of mine since this. Hang on. God, hang on. Guroshito. Yeah. Okay. Congo Cheetah would like, I'd like you to draw me a detailed map of the last zoo you visited. The last zoo I visited was the zoo in Pittsburgh in February because they're going to be our charity this year. Okay, so here's what I remember. Okay, right, you enter the zoo. Here's where, let's move this a little bit there, and it's going the wrong way. All right, there, I got it. I got it figured out. Okay, got it, right? Yeah, okay. The last zoo, it's got to go over this way. No. I see, this got to move. That's the problem. That's there. Hold still. Yeah, okay, now we got it. There you go. Okay. The last zoo I visited, you enter here, right? You enter here and you go in the zoo, and you basically go, and here's a bunch of boring things with hooves. Yep. And you go by here, and then there's a path, and here you got some kind of bird. Yep. And it goes like this, and this goes this way, and the path, and this is like penguins or something. Yeah, it's like, yeah, whatever. And then over here, it's like there's hawks, which are pretty cool. Yeah, hawks are pretty cool. They're like over here, and then this you know, there's little kids here, and you must stay away because it's full of little kids. It's like the kids zoo over here. All right, and then you come back around, and this is elephants, or maybe rhinos, something like that. I don't know. But then you come here and, yay, yeah, here you have the cheetahs. Yay, you got the cheetahs, yay, because the cheetahs are the most wonderful spotty cats around. You got the cheetahs with their big cookie-shaped ears and their spots, and they're all happy because they're cheetahs and they're spotty and everything. It's like, yay, cheetahs. Okay, that was the last zoo I visited right there. All right, this is for Congo because there's cheetahs. Yeah, cheetahs. Cheetai. Whatever the plural of cheetahs is, that's what it is there. That's okay. Yeah. Okay. All right. We don't need any more of that. Okay. Gumibyon. Gumibyon says, how about your interpretation of what my requests make you feel like? I'm hoping for a bit more than just a face palm. I think I can do that. Let's see. I got some stuff over here. Let's see what I can do with this. I took some notes earlier to see if maybe I could do something here. Okay. All right. Hang on. Just get... Oh boy. Let's see. Can I draw Vincent van Gogh here? I don't know. Let's see. What are my requests? Okay. All right. Okay. Here's Uncle Kage, right? He's got kind of a round head. He's got ears. And he's got this brushy, yep. And he's feeling very, very happy, kind of reverie, because he loves, you know, he's kind of happy. And he's got his nice tie and his collar here, you know, and his lab coat, and he's, yep. Because he's thinking, he's thinking, you know, thought balloon over here, bottle of wine, because he knows that when he goes to Eurofurence, his dear, dear friend Gumibjorn is going to buy him a bottle of wine. And this is going to be Gumi wine. You can't read that, can you? But trust me, that's what it says. Gumi wine, yeah. He's going to buy him that. And then over here, he is thinking of his dear friend, oh boy. Okay, how do I draw this? Let me think. I'm trying to think, but nothing happens. All right, we'll figure it out. Okay, he's thinking we have kind of shaped like this. Yep, and it's kind of shaped like that. And then it's got this ears, kind of like this. Yep. It's got, yep. Yeah, it's kind of shaped like that. and it's singing, you know, ein Gummi. Ich gehe an Gummibjörn, ich gehe an Gummibjörn, ich gehe an Gummibjörn. By the way, those of you who do not speak Norge, this is actually Norge. This is Norge, not Dansk here. But it's really, really cool anyway, because what I like about Norge, you see this? You see this here? This is in the Norwegian language, Norge. That is a letter which doesn't have a name in English. So I gave it a name. I call this a bork. In English, this is now a bork. So I've given it its name, right? Okay, so this is for Gummi. Gummi. I'll go up here so you can see what I'm writing. Gummi Bjorn. There, that's what this is all about. Okay, there you go. That's it. So that's the bork there. I'll even sign it. Onko Kage. Yay! So that's for Gummibjorn, whom I love. Okay. Silver Gatoman. Hang on. Somebody says, hang on, I'm being told to check my PayPal. I'll check my PayPal after the art is here, okay? I'll do that after the art. All right. God, my hands are old. Wow. Okay, all right. Anyway. Silver Gatoman says, and I quote, telephone eating pizza. Okay. All right. Here we have a pizza. And pizza has various slices. Right? Pizza comes in slices, right? And this is a pepperoni pizza, right? We get a pepperoni because there's pepperoni on pizza. This is a pepperoni pizza. And this pizza has teeth. Yep. And large carnassial fangs. Here. And here we have the telephone. Okay, there we have a telephone eating pizza, which is a horrible. This, as a matter of fact, this even makes it angrier. That's because it's a anthropomorphic pizza. This is anthropomorphic pizza. So sue me. Okay, there we have a telephone eating pizza because it's a telephone eating pizza. It is a telephone. Oh, all right. They won't recognize it as a telephone. Okay, here's your fucking telephone, all right? There's your telephone. It's got a button here, it's got a button there, and it's got all sorts of things here, and it's an iPhone, whatever the hell. All right, it's a goddamn phone. Okay, happy. Never mind. All right, whatever the hell. This is for silver. Gatoman. All right. Okay. Now this one. Hang on. All right. Silver Gatoman says, I'd like for you to draw a tiger, of course. Being a first-time chairman of a first-year convention. Really? All right, okay. First, we need a tiger. Tigers have these really big cookie-shaped ears, right? Kind of like that. And they've got tiger faces, which kind of have like ball shapes here. And they've got these tiger noses like that. But this tiger is a first-year concher. So he's got the tiger eyes, and they're very, very sad. He's got the tiger whiskers, right, like that. But he's a tiger, so we need stripes. Tiger's got stripes, right? And this tiger is wearing a lab coat with a nice tie because he is a convention chairman, right? Right. Okay, this is like that. And he is a first-year convention chairman. Oh, we need these in the inside of the ears here. More stripes because this is a tiger. We said it was a tiger, right? Okay. He is a first-year chairman of a first-year convention. What is he hearing in his ears? He's hearing, the police are here. He's hearing, that drunk kid is 16 years old. He's hearing, you did not make your room night minimum. He's hearing, that was not in your contract. He's hearing, oh, what else is he hearing? This con sucks. I did not get laid. He's hearing that. And among all of it, he's hearing drama. He's hearing drama. He's hearing drama with an exclamation point, drama. And there's drama. And he's hearing wah. And he's hearing wah. And he's hearing wah. And he's hearing wow along his arm because it sucks because it's along his arm. He's hearing wah, 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 wah. All of these are things that I have heard as chairman of Anthrocon. This is for Silent Dawn. And I'm going to write, Silent Dawn, you rock, Uncle. And if you would ever like to be chairman of a furry convention, just let me know. Okay, next. Hang on before we get sure. Did I? Oh, I hit the camera. I'm sorry, I hit the camera. Let me fix that. Yeah. Next. Okay. All right. Next. Okay. Somebody, this is a conspiracy. There is a conspiracy. I announce a conspiracy, okay? This is it. There is conspiracy to defraud me here. Let me get this back on. Sorry. Okay. This is from Zadu. Zadu the dragon. Hello, Zadu. Good to see you here. Zadu says, if you could, I'd like to see you try to piece together a picture of Tianlong stealing all your sake and replacing it with water. This is going to be this way, okay? So, Zadu says, Tianlong stealing all your sake and replacing it with... Okay, first off, we need Uncle Kage. Uncle Kage has this kind of round-shaped head. It's kind of like a potato. His head's like that, right? And he's got ears, a potato with ears. And he's got these spiky little hairs coming up, kind of like the cilia on a lung cell, right? He's got this weird bulbous shaped nose, and he's, but right now, he's rather confused because with his very, very, very nice tie that he's wearing here, this nice tie, yep, he has this bottle in front of him, right? And this bottle is not really a wine bottle. It's doesn't really taste like wine at all, right? And he is thinking, he's got a thought balloon coming out of his head. And he's saying, the fuck? Yep. And this is hydrogen oxide there. Meanwhile, over here, we have Qianlong. Qianlong is a dragon, and he's got this butt-shaped nose there, like that. Yep. And he's got all this floof coming out over here. Of course, he's a dragon, so he's got angry dragon eyes. Yep. And he has these long, curvy horns that have kind of like these things on them here. Yep. Yep. And he's like, I don't know what these things are, but they're on his horns, right? Oh, he also has spines like across his head here, and he's Chinese, so we have to have Chinese characters, you know, next to his head here. And Qianlong, he's got a thought balloon coming out too, and his thought balloon is basically, you know, evil, like that. Okay, there you go. That's it. That is Qianlong stealing all my sake and replacing it with water. There we go. So this is for Zadu, and this is me signing it down here in the where you can't see it because it's off the screen. All right. Okay. All right. Next. Who's next? Who's next here? What do we have there? Next, we have Varieties, or is it Varieties the dragon? Okay, this is going to be interesting. Okay, hang on. Varieties says, you were drawing Qianlong drinking your wine. I want you to draw you sharing a sake with Qinlong. Oh boy. Okay, this is oh boy. All right. Wow. Okay, hang on. I need to get some I'm going to get some visual reference out of this. Okay, hang on. I'm going to get some visual reference. Here we go. Hang on. Let's see. I need my keyboard effect. Hang on. Visual reference. Okay. Because you see, I draw Qianlong a lot. I don't draw Qinlong very often. So I need to go to the images. Oh boy, that's not English. I am typing in a foreign language, which is even foreign to Chinese people. That's close enough. All right. So I'm going to say Qinlong. Okay, all right. All right, hang on. Search. Oh, that's what I need. That's perfect. There you go. Okay, I have visual reference. Okay, this is going over here. All right. I gotta find a blue pen. Don't go away. I gotta find a blue pen. I'll be right back. All right. Well, crap. I don't seem to have a blue pen, so we're gonna have to make do. All right. I hope you all don't mind. Excuse me. Okay. All right. This is when there. Okay. There we go. All right. What am I drawing again? I forget. Oh, this is from Varieties. Okay. Sharing sake with Shinlong. Okay, all right. Well, first we need Uncle Kage. And as we said, Uncle Kage is a head shaped like a potato, right? He's got ears. He's got this kind of like short, golf green buzz cut here. But he's drinking sake, so he's very happy, and that's his nose. Yep, right. And since it's Uncle Kage, he's got his nice, certain tie here, and his body kind of goes, oh, he's fat. He's gonna. All right, all right. But we have a sake gourd, right, which is just kind of like, and this is sake, right? So that's how you tell it's sake. And we have a bendy straw coming in here, and that bendy straw is coming over to the old man's lips over here, right? Okay. And then there's another bendy straw that's coming over here. Now, okay, this is the hard part. Now I got to draw. All right. Oh boy, this is hard. Okay, we have. He's also got a butt nose, kind of shaped like that. Yep. He's got like nostrils here. Now the thing about Qinglong is he's got these like fans coming out of his head on either side here, right? And his head comes up, and then he's got like these antlers that have like maps of the Pennsylvania Turnpike coming off of them, like up here. It's like this is the Northeast Extension, and then this is the, whatever, kind of like that. And his head comes up, and he's got these happy eyes, but he's got these big bushy eyebrows coming up like this, and his body. Yep. So here we have. Here we have Hamsup Long, and here we have Angmor. Look it up if you don't know what I'm saying. There we go. All right, there's that. Okay, all right. All right, who's next? Okay. So there's, which oh boy, first3.m. Okay. Jianlong says, do not look it up. Do not look up Oh Hai Hamsup Guaylo, whatever you do. And for God's sake, absolutely, for the love of all that is holy, do not look up anything else that I say, okay? Don't look it up. For example, Excuse me. Mm. When I say du le lomo, do not look that up. You do not want to know what it says. Okay, let's see. That's Silver and James Bitch and Congo Cheetah, Gummy Bjorns of Agatoman, Silent Dawn, Varieties, and Zaro. Oh, I think that's everybody. I think that's everyone. Okay, I'll tell you what. All you lovely people in the channel, the first person to give me an idea of what to draw, I will draw it. But just the first person, okay? Tell me what to draw. Go, make with it. Make with the drawing. Wait, we got it. Wait, Fenris Direwolf says airplane. Too late. Fenris Direwolf says airplane. 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 All right, okay. Okay, we got that. We can do this shit. We can do that. Okay, for Fenris. This is for Fenris. Airplane. Okay. Airplanes are kind of shaped like dildos, right? They kind of come like this, right? Okay. And the pilot, he's in this lovely window up here, right? This is the pilot. And of course, you have all these little like sensors and stuff. This is the nose cone of the airplane. Got to have this up here, you know, and the pilot, he's up here because he's happy. Then you have the door. You come in through the door. This is the door, and they have like this amazing thing, the handle on the door. There's a little window here you're supposed to look through, and then there's this thing where you have like the whatever. And then you have these nice windows back here. And this is a first class seat, right? And the rest of it back here, this is just shit, because if you ain't in first class, fuck you, you know? Okay, all right, hell with that crap. All right, let's get back to with the face. I'm gonna put my face on the places where the faces go here. All right. Now, okay, this guy has been talking about. All right, we can get rid of this thing now. All right. Yes. Ekeyan gumi byon, ekeyan gumi byon, ekeyan gumi byon. You have no idea what I'm saying, but Gumi Bjorn knows. Okay, what's this guy talking about? Check your PayPal. All right, I'll check my PayPal. What the hell's he doing? All right, I gotta minimize this shit here, and I go to this. All right, what's going on? Okay, I see what's going on. I see what's going on here. I see what's going on. There's a conspiracy going on here. I'm an American. We know. Oh, whoop. High CPU usage. I got to talk slower. Okay, we're going to talk slower here. Okay. All right. This fellow told me that I was supposed to mix all of my sakes together in a metal bucket. And I said, if you donate $500, I'll do it. Okay, well, he hasn't donated, but he's donated a significant amount of money to boot. So don't go away. I want to look and see. I don't even know if I have a metal bucket. Let me look. Let me see what I got here. No, okay. All right. Okay, I just looked. Okay, I don't have a metal bucket, but I have a metal tea kettle. Okay, would it be the same if I mix the sakes in the tea kettle? I don't know. You tell me. You're the person putting the money in, but I could. Oh, there's still some tea in here. Excuse me. Okay, so is that all right? I mean, We could. It's metal, but it's. Oh, you see the reflection of my house in there, so you can see all my artwork and all that shit. Okay. All right. Well, let's look back and see. Okay, a deal is a deal here. Oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm seeing a mysterious. You have the same webcam. Rinse it first. No, I don't need to rinse it. Okay, Grumpy Chin Long says put some cucumbers in it. Don't fuck with me, okay? All right. Okay, well, okay, the guy who's putting the money in, if this is okay with you, I'll do it. But you know, you just tell me, okay? Put a little boogie in it. No, I'm not going to do that. That's disgusting. All right, let me. I'm going to scroll back here. Your brother is oh, I don't think my computer likes this. It's giving me all that. It's got like the spinny sphincter when I try to roll back on this, so I can't go back. Sorry. All right, there we go. Never mind that. So all right, okay, we'll do it. First off, I want to give some credit where credit is due, by the way. A lot of you might know an old-time furry, Duncan Rowe. Do you know Duncan Rowe, the big green kangaroo? This is a present he gave me a long time ago. It's a tiny little refrigerator. It looks big on screen, but it holds just 300 milliliter bottles of sake and keeps them cold. So, okay, a deal's a deal. So, all right. So we have here. This is the Junmai. This is Hatsumago, and this was an okay sake, as you recall. It didn't. It did have a date on it. This was July of 2015, so it was fairly recent. So this was actually an okay sake. So okay, we'll put that in here. Okay, all right, we'll do that. And then we remember this one was the experiment. This was the one that was very, very clear and looked very, very nice, but it didn't have a date on it. So I wasn't sure when it was bottled. So okay, so we'll stick that in here too, if that's okay. All right, there we are. And then finally, we have the. Well, I drank that one already, didn't I? Okay, wait a minute. Oh, there it is. Okay, well, we got two dead ones, so all right. Here, hang on. I suppose put the lid on here so it doesn't slop all over me. But okay. You know, it's not the same as an old galvanized steel bucket, but as much as I hate to say it, it's actually not that bad. Well, why not? Can I at least pour it into my glass? That would be nice if I can pour it in my glass. It needs something. Let me see what I got. Hang on, I'll be right back. Let's see what I got. Okay, this is going to be another experiment. Okay, we've mixed together a bunch of sake in a little teapot, and I have it here together, but it needs a little something. So I'm going to add my favorite ginger candy. This is Gin Gins. This is a lovely little ginger candy. Now, it's sort of like a ginger taffy. We're just going to drop it into the sake here. We're going to give it a little swirl and see if maybe we can impart some of that ginger flavor. Yeah, I don't need that shit. So we're going to kind of impart some of the ginger flavor into this. Ah. You know, I really hate to admit this, but this isn't bad. I might be onto something here. A little bit of a ginger taffy thrown into a mixture of two sakes in an old metal pot. It's actually not that bad. Damn. I could probably market this. Holy crap. Oh, and Grumpy Tianlong is like, oh, I'm not going to do this next week on my show. Yes, you will, butt nose. You'll love it. Okay. Nom, nom, nom. And Grumpy Chin, do we need the Inquisition? No one expects the Spanish Inquisition. We had to say it. Somebody had to say it. Incidentally, all of you here tonight, next week, April 2nd, you must tune in to watch Tianlong's Grumpy Stream. You will be entertained because, let's face it, he's a celestial. He's the god of the skies. I'm gonna have to like send a note to the people who make the gin-gins because this is. I'd do this again. I would definitely do this again. Okay, moving right along. Okay. Thank you all very much for watching the artwork portion. Now we're back to the old guy doing his shit here. Let's see. Oh, Tuzzy is out for the night. Oh, Tuzzy, thank you very much. I will toast you with my ginger-infused sake. Thank you for coming tonight. I'm very, very grateful. I hope that you were at least in the slightest bit entertained. If you had fun tonight, then my purpose was fulfilled. Yes. So I actually have a question for Chinlong. If I were to come to your country, if I were to ask the Merlion out for a drink, would he say yes? I just want to know. I'm a big fan. Just tell me. Senpai Fish says, any other interesting con stories for us, Kage? Oh, there are thousands, my boy. There are thousands. I hardly know where to begin. Let's see. Kashato 91, the dead whale story. Wow. Okay, I'm gonna get out my keyboard. This is my keyboard. All right, give me a second here because I don't want to spill all my. Okay, we used to call this DMEs, right? Let's see. I'm going down here. Where the hell is it? There it is. It's kind of hard to see because it's that's about the best we're gonna get. Okay. I'm gonna back this shit up. Back that ass up. Okay. Somebody asked me the story about the whale. It's time I told you the story. A lot of you know that when I was in graduate school, I was involved in wildlife rescue, specifically birds of prey. I was trained in emergency veterinary medicine, and my specialty was birds of prey. If hawks or owls were injured, people all around Vermont and New Hampshire could call to the Vermont Institute of Natural Science, and they would dispatch me. And I would drive out in my little Pontiac Le Mans, and I would collect the animal in question, bring them back to the Institute, and see if we can patch them up. So wildlife medicine was a big part of my youth. I was very, very sweet on a young lady named Dawn in graduate school, excuse me. She liked ginger too. She went to work at the University of Newfoundland at the Whale Research Group. She was working for Newfoundland's, or actually Canada's, premier whale researcher. I went to visit her one summer. Now, summer in Newfoundland, well, if you've never been there, it's very changeable. It can be in Fahrenheit 90 degrees 1 minute and literally 35 the next. The wind shifts and no longer coming from the south, but now coming out of the Arctic. It's very dramatic. But while we were there, she was working for the Whale Research Group. A call came in, and I quote, this is what the call was: there was a dead humpback whale swimming in Mobile Bay. Think about that. A dead humpback whale swimming in Mobile Bay. The humpback whale is such a perfectly hydrodynamic creature that even in death, the simple motion of the waves across its fins will cause that animal to proceed at approximately 5 knots through the water. That is how perfect a swimming machine the humpback whale is. But when an animal is dead, it is important to collect that animal in order to perform a necropsy. So the Whale Research Group was dispatched, and since I was there, they invited me along. I was excited. I'd been on hawk rescues. I'd never been on a whale recovery before. We got into a big van with all this equipment on top, and we drove down to Mobile Bay, and we located the animal in question. They offloaded Zodiacs. All you old guys, remember watching the old Jacques Cousteau specials when they had the Zodiacs and they get out in the ocean? It looked so fun. Let me tell you about the Zodiac. The Zodiac is basically an inflatable U-shaped balloon with a piece of canvas stretched across the arms of the U. You get into it and you go hopping across the waves at 50 miles an hour. It looks like fun. But when you're sitting on that little bit of canvas, your butt is slamming down on the crest of the waves like ow, 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 ow. A jarring ride, I must say. We came upon the carcass. A juvenile humpback whale. It had been deceased. It had rolled to its back. It had been grounded on some rocks, maybe 100 feet from shore. And they tried to get close enough to it to throw a line around and draw it to shore, but they could not get close enough. The important thing is to retrieve the carcass, but while it's out in the water, you can't do much. Once you retrieve the carcass, you can do a necropsy. You can decide what killed it. Well, you guys know Uncle Kage. He tends to speak up with brilliant suggestions, or ones he thinks is brilliant. As they were going back and forth in the Zodiac, he said, you know, if you could get someone to jump off onto the whale with a line on him, he might be able to secure that line around one of the whale's pectorals, and then the power of the zodiac could draw it off of the rocks. Great idea. Everyone turned and looked at him. And he said, well, I'm really more of an idea man. And the head of the whale research group, Dr. John, he said, that's a good idea. Get to it. So what am I going to do? They maneuvered the zodiac within about 6 feet of this whale carcass. And I was then obliged to leap from the zodiac across this frozen water, frigid but not frozen, I might add, onto this bloated, rotting carcass. I was dressed in a survival suit. The entire way I was thinking about Titanic, this 27-degree Fahrenheit water that people landed in and froze to death very shortly. Wearing this bright orange survival suit, I leaped out onto this dead whale. Now I'm going to switch the monitor here. For those of you who stories aren't true, I'm going to say fuck you right now. Oh, terribly sorry. Let's do this. Sorry, got to put them. Yes. Let's do this again. Sorry, now you can hear me. Hang on, I got to turn this shit off. There's too much shit. Hang on. All right. Okay. That is a humpback whale. That's me. And you can tell it was in the 90s because look at my hair. See that there? Why am I louder? Okay, let me turn it. Okay, make it quieter. Okay, how's that? Is that better? Is that better now? You happier now, you son of a bitch? You happier now? Okay. I'm lying on a fucking rotted whale and you're worried about how loud I am. Let's do this again. I spent 15 minutes thrusting my arms down into this less than freezing water with this nylon line, trying to turn it around, get it around the pectoral fin. And the humpback whale has a very large pectoral fin. Look it up. Megoptera nova angulatere. Giant pectoral fins. Excuse me. I managed to get my arms down underneath this huge 9-foot-long fin and secure the line. They then hit the engine on the Zodiac and tried with all of the power of that engine to drag that whale off the rocks, but it did not work. Here I am lying on the thing and it's rolling back and forth in the surf. And each time it rolled forward, my nose would come down right to the level of the water and right back up again. They tried for a good 20 minutes to pull this creature off the rocks, and they could not do it. So the head of the group said, okay, this is not going to work. We're just going to have to come back at high tide and see if we can pull it into shore then. And I said, excuse me. Hello? Do I have to stay out here till high tide? He said, no, you can make it to shore. Well, there was 100 feet of open water between me and the shore. I said, how do I do that? He said, you're wearing a survival suit. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, I am. So I slid off of that stinking rotted carcass into the water, into the waters of Mobile Bay in Newfoundland. And I learned that a survival suit is called a survival suit and not a toasty, warm comfort suit. That water was like 10,000 icy knives stabbing into my body as I made my way to shore. I got to shore, the seawater running out of the suit. I'm covered with whale. Let me tell you, the smell of a dead sea mammal is a perfect combination between dead skunk at the side of the road and dead fish. This watch, which I've worn for years, I could not wear for 3 weeks. I had to soak it in bleach because that aroma stays with you. Yes, it was a dead whale. Shall I show you again? Okay, let's do it. Yes, that is a humpback whale, dead, belly up. And that is Uncle Kage in the year, I believe that was 1990. Lying across it, trying to secure that blue line around its pectoral fin. Anybody who says Uncle Kage's stories aren't true can go fuck yourself, because I was there. And Grumpy Chang Long says, indeed, a humpback humping on a humpback whale while in a humpback position. Yes, that was me. Thank you, Orion. Yes, 6 years before you existed. Oh, fucking kids. Oh, Jesus. Oh, sorry. Let me turn off the microphone. I forgot about the echo. I apologize. Although, does the echo make me sound more godlike? I couldn't resist. Yes, for all your speakers out there, I apologize. If you need new speakers, just send the bill to Grumpy Qianlong. He will buy you new speakers. Now let me tell you something about Newfoundland. The people of Newfoundland speak a language similar to Elvish. It is a language that has not been spoken on this planet since the very, very early days before Christianity. When I was in Newfoundland, I wanted to get a taxi. And I called a taxi, and the taxi driver pulled up, and I got in the back, and he said, "Hola, buddy, where you to?" And I said, I want to go to this location. Yeah, it's good, buddy, but where you to? Je voudrais aller à cette location. Merci. He said, "Don't go talking no fucking French to me, buddy. I want to know where you're to." Incomprehensible. It is absolutely an arcane, elven tongue, the tongue of the wee folk before Europeans came to settle this land. The only time that I was in Newfoundland that I understood the language, I had gone down to the docks at St. John's. because they've not changed in the last 80 years. And you know my fascination with history. I was watching the fishing boats come in at dawn. And I saw, it's very much like parallel parking. You have all these fishing boats lined up. There was an open spot, and I saw a trawler come in. And I saw him come in very hot to this parking space. And I was saying to myself, how is he going to stop? And he pulled in, but he didn't stop. The bow of that fishing boat smashed into the stern of the fishing boat ahead of him and knocked it forward about 20 feet. The master of that first ship came out, and for the first time, I understood Newfie. He came out and said, "Oh, buddy, you're fucking here, motherfucking here, fucking here, fuck, like fucking here, fucking motherfucking here, fuck, fucking here, fuck." I understood that. So if you ever want to go to Newfoundland, all you have to do is say buddy a lot. Call everyone buddy and just say, fucking yeah, fucking yeah, crushing that fucking buddy, yeah, fucking two fuck. And they'll understand you. Citrine Husky just got off work. But you are forgiven because you are, let's face it, you're a responsible furry seeing to your employment first. So I will not censor you. Thank you for coming. Oh, is Moth Monarch? Moth Monarch is here. Moth Monarch is absolutely fun. Moth Monarch, can I ask you a favor? Can you draw a picture of me in my Canadian disguise? I would be ever so grateful. Because what I did when I went up to Canada, when I went up to Canada, I had this red and black flannel shirt, and I got one of those duck hunter hats with the red and black flannel with the flaps down here. And I let my facial hair go for 6 days. I had this scruff here. And I was wandering around. Oh, I forgot. The shirt that I got was extra large, so it was like a big tent on me. In the hotel room, they had bathrobes. So I took one of the bathrobes and I folded it up and I stuffed it up under my undershirt and made like this big beer belly out of it. So I was wandering around the convention looking as Canadian as I could. And I would go up to certain people that I knew. Heather Bruton, for example. And I'd say, "Oh, how do you do, fellow Canadian? I too am a Canadian. I was just outside in the -1 degree Celsius temperatures. I was just drinking a glass of poutine and watching a hockey game, eh?" Most people knew that I was screwing around. Heather Bruton didn't recognize me. She thought I was an actual Canadian. But Moth Monarch was one of the first people I went up to and said, "How do you do, fellow Canadian?" So I very much hope, my dear, I would be honored if you would draw that. Tianlong has a picture. He is going to bring it up in a moment, and I will put it in the stream when he brings it up here. Oh, Silver, it's late for you. My dear boy, thank you so much. Skål, Prost. I love you to pieces. You're a darling boy. Thank you for being here tonight. Good night. Silver, by the way, he's in Norge. He's a Norwegian. He's a Norwegian. He's a Viking. Okay, Rufus says you, okay, I ran into this. Rufus says you don't drink poutine because I got caught in that when it said, I'm going to have a glass of poutine. Canadians would say, you don't drink that, and the Canadian guy would say, it's rather runny. Oh, I'm supposed to check my email. What email am I checking, Jianlong? You tell me what email I will check, and I will check it. But that would involve getting the... What the fuck? Excuse me. I am distracted. Pardon me a moment. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, a bit of history right here. We all know that Gary Shandling, one of the finest comics of the latter part of the 20th century, has passed away. When I went to look at my email, the news feed came up. Shandling's doctor refuses to sign death certificate. Stay tuned. Anyway, Jianlong, give me a link because I would have to get the keyboard over here, and the keyboard's way over there, and I'm old. All right. Oh, Gummibjorn says, the invitation to dinner with me and Zilver are my treat. Gummibjorn, it would be my absolute pleasure. Please, anytime, you come and find me. Copyright Fox and More 2014. We shall have dinner together. You're a darling fellow. I very much look forward to seeing you again. I was speaking New York. Was I speaking New York? I was not speaking no fucking New York. I was speaking Philadelphia. Okay, a bunch of... Anyway, let's talk about other shit while these people are doing this computer stuff. Arctic Zero. Oh, the screen is spinning. You're going to bed. Thank you, Arctic Zero, for coming tonight. Wait a minute. Hank, stop. Stop! Fenris Direwolf says, do the accent challenge. Fenris Direwolf, I am unfamiliar with the accent challenge, but I am intrigued. Please tell me more. I would like to know. What is this accent challenge? Wow, it's 9:41 already. Smash Mail says, have you ever thought up an idea for a comic or tune that has not become a thing yet? All the time. The fact that it's not become a thing. Oh, wait, there is a link. I have a link. I am going to click on the link. And then another link. Oh, there we go. Okay. I am going to move this shit down here to the... All right. Okay. Oh, boy, there's even more. Holy crap. Wow. Ask and ye shall receive. Okay, all right. I'm going to show you folks the old Canadian. All right, let me get back to this thing and let me do the Canadian thing, eh? Yeah, there we go. Yeah, that's me as a Canadian. See, I got the Canadian hat, and I make my Tim Hortons cup, and I have my flannel shirt and all that stuff there. Yeah, okay, and then I understand that here we got that's me and that's a Canadian and another Canadian, eh? And see, basically you have two Canuckastanis there, eh? Because we're gonna go out and like watch a Wayne Gretzky video while we're playing our hockey, okay? God, I love Canada. It's wonderful. And oh, Gotti Ferret says, can still tell it's me. Then why did Heather Bruton not recognize me? Oh, Elusive Doctor says he looks just like my grandfather did 5 years ago. Fuck you! Okay, thank you. Oh, dear me. Now we reach the point in the Winestream where I don't know exactly what the hell is going on. I'm trying to close windows, but they're not closing. Yeah, I want to save this shit. Okay. Yeah, people expect the lab coat, but they want me to talk in Canadian because I have my Canadian accent. my Canadian accent, okay? I was going to go outside into the weather in Canada, eh? Because it's outside. Best accent challenge description. Okay, I must look at this. It's on Facebook, which immediately makes me go, yeah, because I don't do Facebook. And Muhammad Finner says, oh, Canada, my home and native land. And it goes on, and you sing about stuff. And it's with your maple leaves and your hockey sticks and your maple stuff like syrup. Okay, I need to close all the windows. My computer's memory is like, dude, screw you because you're like old. So I got to close all these windows. Yeah. Orion Shep sings. Oh, wait, sing the Nazi national anthem? That is ridiculous. Why would I want to do that? You mean the Horst Wessel song? You want me to sing De Fana Hawk, I'm not going to do that. No, because that would be rude. And Aristotle says, Facebook is sickening for the moose party. And Gummi Bjorn says, okay, Deutschland, Deutschland über alles. You're not supposed to sing that. You're also not supposed to sing my second favorite verse. Deutsche Frauen, deutsche Treue, deutsche Weinen, deutscher Song, which roughly translates to German women, German wine, let's all be friends, get drunk, and fuck. I would like that to be our national anthem. That is beautiful. But you're not allowed to sing it anymore because the Deutsche Reich seemed to think that was great. Oh, for Christ's sake. Oh, here it is again, the accent challenge. Yeah, I'm supposed to look at the accent challenge. From by Fenris Wolf with the wolves and the... Okay, I got the spinny sphincter coming up here. Actually, I have an idea. Hang on. Don't move. Don't anybody go anywhere. Nobody move. Nobody move. Stay exactly where you are. Because I got to pee. I'll be right back. Deutsche Frauen, deutsche Treue, deutsche Weine. Again, Gummi Bjorn. Again, Gummi Bjorn. Again, Gummi Bjorn. Okay, I'm back. Hello. Ah, yes, thank you, Kashito91. German women, German loyalty, German wine, German song, blah, 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 blah. Let's fuck. Oh, that's an amazing verse. I love it. All right. Oh, Citrine Husky. Have you ever met a blind furry? Yes, I have. I have met a blind furry. I have met a blind and deaf furry. This was a challenge. Oh my goodness. A lot of folks saw I was, raising money for Bic, our interpreter. Remember that? Actually, this is a good story. You say, have I met a blind furry? I've met blind furries, I've met deaf furries, I've met blind and deaf furries. Pardon. We have at Anthrocon one of the most amazing young men. His name is Bikri Lee. He goes by Bik. He is a tactile interpreter. He is able to communicate with people who are both deaf and blind by taking their hands and literally signing on their hands. He takes their hands as he does the sign language and he can communicate with them. We had some people who were both deaf and blind who wanted to come to Anthrocon. What do I do? What can I do for these people? They can't see, they can't hear. How can they experience Anthrocon? This was the joy of, they're called SLIP, S-L-I-P, Sign Language Interpreting Professionals of Pittsburgh. I contacted them and they said, Bic can help you. Bic is a Superman. These people who cannot see and cannot hear. They arrived at Anthrocon, Bic collected them, and I used the phrase, he showed them around. And he and I had arranged ahead of time, how can these people experience furry fandom? They cannot see, they cannot hear. They can only touch. So I said to Bic, bring them down to the fursuit parade line up. And he did. Delightful people. They were so sweet. Oh my goodness. The most wonderful, wonderful folks. Big smiles, very happy folks. Bic brought them down, and I brought up what I thought were tactilely interesting fursuiters. Fursuiters that would be interesting for people who could only experience through touch. Fursuiters with antlers, fursuiters with thick fur, fursuiters with webbed feet, something like that. So Bic brought them in, and I would go up to the fursuiters and bless them, bless these people. I went up to interesting fursuiters and I explained to them, there are people here who can neither see nor hear. The only way they can experience Anthrocon is through touch. Would you be willing to come up and allow these people to touch you? Nobody said no. That's the joy of furry fandom. That's what I love about these people. Nobody said no. They would come up and I would say, this is, this is Destroyer Arc. Here's a dragon. He's and they would feel he's got these big spines and spikes, and he's got spikes on his elbows, and they would feel along and they would experience him. And, oh, here's a bird. This is a crow. I don't remember the name. It's got feathers. They'd feel the feathers along here. They'd feel the beak, and it was great. Oh, and here is a lion. Oh, so this huge, luxurious mane, and they'd feel the mane and everything. Then telephone showed up, and I went up to telephone. Would you be willing now? Of course, telephone. Of course, she said yes. Actually, she said, squeak. So I brought her along, and I brought her up to Bic, and I said, this is telephone. Nobody knows what she is. And I saw Bic take the people. He takes their hands to his, and he does the signing. And I saw him do this. This is the sign language telephone. And I saw him do, and they kind of giggled a little bit. I imagine they said that nobody knows what she is. So they started feeling her muzzle and the little horns and the huge eyes and the big ears And I saw their faces, these people who were... It's true. Nobody knows what she is. They couldn't figure it out. Okay, here's a good question. Aris says, how much do we need to bring telephone on? Let's be honest. Telephone, the person behind telephone is a lady. She has a significant other, Mr. Radio. It would be improper for me to bring telephone here to my house and to consume large amounts of alcohol. It's not going to be done simply because it is ungentlemanly. I would have to have telephone and radio here. That's going to take a little bit extra in donations to have both of them come up. I would love to have telephone on this show, but not at the cost of even the remotest possibility of the accusation that there was impropriety going on. Because, as I said, telephone is a lady. I would not tolerate anything even remotely resembling crassness pointed her way. Aristotle says, has Bick recovered? Have they caught the fucker? Yes and no. Bick is on his way to recovery. They have not yet caught the person in charge. However, I have been in personal contact with law enforcement in Pittsburgh. Let's face it, we work together. It's an understanding that I want this guy. Let's leave it at that, okay? Let's just leave it at that, shall we? Moving right along, okay. Gumi Bjorn says, get an amount and I will donate everything I can. Gumi Bjorn, you're a darling man. You support so much to this wine stream. I can't ask you to carry it all yourself. Spread the love. Spread the love. Okay, if we can get a lot of donors to put in enough money that I can get both telephone and radio here, I would be delighted. But I will not bring just telephone here simply because it would be ungentlemanly. I won't do it. She must be here with her significant other. I have a little condominium. If I can get them here, they would have my room. I would stay on the sofa. That's the arrangement. But it's just not proper for me to bring telephone here by herself. I'm sorry. Weissenwolf says, how much will it take them both? Okay, it's going to be about a $600 airfare to get them both here. Between $1,000 and $1,200 US. The rest of it I can handle. I can feed them, I can put them up here, but the airfare is going to be that's the tough part. It is two people. But let's move along. I'm sorry. Okay, Gummy Bjorn, you're a darling man, but as I said, let us spread the love. I don't want just one person to go broke. Okay, I want to have telephone on here, but it will be both telephone and radio. That's it. Moving along, let's go to the next. And Arabian says, yes, sorry, much alcohol, so drunk. Much alcohol, sort of, yes, wow. Oh, Cheetah. Oh my, wait, Cheetah. Is that cheetah.de? I see one of my oldest and best friends who is like a brother to me that I see. He says, will you bring on Gunther? That's another story altogether. Oh my God. Ladies and gentlemen, look in the channel. Cheetah. I don't have a brother, but this is the closest I have. Cheetah.de. Come visit me someday, my boy. I would love to have you on this Winestream, and my mom would love to have you out here. Cheetah is like a member of my family. First off, he's 25 feet tall. All Germans are huge. They're macrophers. This is Cheetah.de we're talking about. But I'll warn you, this is a warning. This is a warning. Cheetah, my mom likes you. And now that my dad's not around, you might want to watch yourself. Just saying. Anyway, moving right along. Yes. What was the next question? Mom likes tall guys and Germans, and he's a tall German. Have some tea, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Okay, the Gunther story. While we're telling the Gunther story, I'm going to pull up another picture in the... We will find it. Oh, actually, Cheetah, find a picture of Gunther for me, if you will. I'll link it here. The Germans know how to party. Oh, for God's sake. When they have their New Year party, the Silvester party, traditionally the Feast of Saint Sylvester, oh God. Americans have their 4th of July. The Germans have their New Year's. When Germans have their Silvester party, they fire off more ordnance than we dropped on Berlin. I swear. I have been blessed, I have been honored to have been asked to attend the New Year's party in Germany. Although the first year I kind of crashed it. I wanted to go to the New Year's party because it was so much fun. I love Germany. I love the Deutschefers. They're family to me. They are magnificent people. When my father passed away, one of the first calls I made was to Germany to tell my family over there the news. But let's move along. I wanted to go to the New Year's party in Germany, and I contacted Night Fox because I know he can keep a secret. I said, I want to go to the Sylvester party. And he said, oh, everyone will be so excited you're going. I said, no. Look. This is your party. This is not Uncle Kage appearing. This is not my performance. This is your party. I just want to go. I will go in disguise. And Night Fox said, well, how will you keep people from recognizing you? Leave that to me, my Luda, I said. As the furries in the Essen area of Germany, in North Rhine-Westphalia, got together, the story was, it was going to be at the Ringberg Hotel that year, the old Eurofurence location. The story was that they were going to pick up an old friend of the Ringberg's bartender, Andre Opitz. I was staying at a little hotel, a little pension, they call it in German, a little pension, just outside of town. And I'm going to put this back on so I can see what people are saying. Oh, I see a not responding. Hopefully it comes up here. they got their convoy together, and the convoy was going to go to the state of Thuringen, where the Ringberg is located. But they stopped at this little pension where there was a smelly old man, this bent little figure with a big black overcoat and long, scraggly gray hair with a stocking cap and giant black sunglasses and a muffler wrapped around his face. Night Fox picks up this smelly old man who got into the car behind Tiny Darial, got in and immediately fell asleep. We drove along. We came to a stop. The whole convoy had to stop. Something was going on. I don't know what. But Night Fox got out. The smelly old man was sitting behind Tani Daria. We're talking Tani here. And he got out, and Tani was in the front seat, and the smelly old man was behind Tani. And when Night Fox got out, the smelly old man leaned forward and said, it should have gone right on. And she looked in the mirror, and the old man took his sunglasses and said, "Kennen Sie diesen alten Mann? Do you know this old man?" And he raised his glasses. And Tani said, "Oh my God, Uncle Kagi!" Tani's German. She reached around the back seat and grabbed me and hauled me up against the back seat and squeezed me. And I'm going, yes, I love you too. Let me go. I can't breathe. And I said, okay, Tani, only you and Night Fox know. Shh, don't tell anybody. So we drove along, and we came to a spot where everyone was going to stop at a rest area. Uh-oh, this is a problem. Because I had to get out of the rest area. I said to Night Fox, what do I do? When I get out of the car, someone will say, you Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. I don't speak German. My German is horrible. What do I do? And Night Fox said, oh, that's easy. Repeat after me. Verpiss dich. I said, verpiss dich. He said, no, like an angry old man. I said, verpiss dich. He said, that's perfect. I said, okay. What's it mean? He said, it means fuck off. Okay. So I got out, this bent old man with his muffler around his face and his giant sunglasses and his hat pulled down on his long, scraggly gray hair. And he got out, shuffled along, went to the restroom. When he came out, one of the Germans came up and was like, Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. And the old man said, verpiss dich. And they went away. What I remember is when I got back in the car and sat down and put the sunglasses on and pretended to sleep, Cheetah, my dear little brother, came up and he looked in the window of the car, and the old man was sitting there but was looking at him through the sunglasses, and Cheetah walked away, and the old man said, Tani decided that the old man's name was Gunther. So that was his name, Gunther, from then on in. He was Alte Gunther. So we got to the Ringberg Hotel. And Tani said, what would you like me to do? And I said, okay, just get me into the bar. I wanted to see Andre. Andre is a dear old friend. He's the bartender. Of course, he's a dear old friend from the hotel, right? just set me in the hotel and tell the hotel the old man wants to talk to Andre Opitz. So Tanya took me in and sat me down in this nice chair. I was looking out through the windows at the beautiful, wintry German countryside. Gorgeous. If you've never been to Germany, my friends, for God's sake, do it. It is magnificent. So I'm sitting there, waiting for Andre Opitz, my friend, to come by. But what came by was a regular waiter. And he brought me a glass of wine. He put the glass of wine down and he's like, Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. I thought, uh-oh. So Gunther said, Opitz? And the waiter said, nein, Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. And the old man said, Opitz? And the waiter said, nein, bitte warten Sie. And he went away. So the old man took his wine. And then I was in front of a window. In the reflection of the window, here was Andre, my dear old friend. Andre came up. And he said, ja, ich bin Andre Opitz. And the old man said, Opitz, komm. Setz. Herr Opitz, ich bin kein Deutscher. Ich bin ein dummer Amerikaner. I am a stupid American. And Andre said, oh, nein, it's kind of Kagami. Nein, it's kind of Kagami. It was like, oh, yes, my old friend, yes, hugs all around, slapping on the back. Yeah, it's good to see you. I said, oh, shh, only you and Night Fox and Tani. No, then I'm here. Shh, don't tell anybody. He said, oh, it's so good to see you, Uncle Kage. So he went away. So the old man sat back with his wine. As I sat, looking out at the beautiful German countryside, I was in front of the windows and I could see the reflection. I saw a reflection of a very tall, very handsome, very Prussian looking man, Wolfgang Koenig, the owner of the hotel. I saw his reflection come up behind me, looking at this smelly old man at his hotel on the biggest night of the year, like this. I thought, uh-oh. So I just played it quiet with my wine. And Wolfgang looked down this way. And he looked down this way. And he leaned forward on my chair next to me. And he said in English, is that white wine you are drinking? And I said, oh, only you and Tani and Night Fox and Andre. No, shh. Because Germans drink beer. I was the only one drinking wine. It gave me away. Now, the prize was Cheetah. I wanted to see Cheetah's face. So I had a big tag from my luggage that said Dr. Samuel Conway. And Cheetah's in charge. He's running around. I am in charge. I'm a Cheetah. I am in charge. I'm going back and forth. And he's very, very busy. So I took my big luggage tag that said Dr. Samuel Conway. And Gunther, when he saw Cheetah coming, dropped it on the ground. And then, of course, poor old man trying to pick it up. Cheetah, being a gentleman and a German gentleman, swept by, bitteschön, and kept on going. And Gunther said, verpiss dich. Gunther tried several times to get Cheetah's attention. Cheetah was talking with one of his people, and Gunther would come between them. And he didn't catch on. Finally, down in the party room, Cheetah was talking with one of his AV people. Gunther thought, this is my chance. So Gunther took his little camera and he took his batteries out and pretended he didn't know how to put the batteries in. So he went up to Cheetah with his camera and the batteries and said, Entschuldigung, bitteschön. And one of the AV guys grabbed the camera and the batteries and started putting them in. And Gunther said, So Cheetah, being 30 feet tall, Gunther reached up and put his hand on Cheetah's shoulder and sat on a bar stool right next to him. But Cheetah was talking, Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. So Gunther said, Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. Deutsch, Deutsch, Deutsch. So Gunther decided it was too hot. Gunther had his big sunglasses and his hat and his wig and his scarf on. So Gunther said, it's too heiß. And when he dragged his hand across, he pulled off the hat and the wig and the sunglasses and everything and just plop. And Cheetah said, Deutsch, 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 Deutsch. What are you doing here? Greatest moment of my life. That led off, I think, my 2009 story hour, Gunther's Holiday. That was my favorite tale. If you guys do not know Cheetah, he is the chairman of Eurofurence. I think that in furry fandom, I think he is the only person who has been chairing a furry convention longer than I have. I've learned a lot from him. Mostly how not to go crazy. I've never had to go to the Czech Republic. He has, so yeah, it's great. The greatest thing, the absolutely greatest thing about my boy Cheetah is his real name. Cheetah has the best name, the greatest name of any man in modern furry fandom. The real name of the chairman of Eurofurence, Cheetah, is Sven Tegeroff. His name is Sven take it off. Can you get much more furry than that? Yes, yes, it's written, take it off. I'm just waiting for him to die right now. And Tronzo Boy says, undress Kage. Okay, Tronzo Boy, that's going to require a lot more donations. I don't undress for free. The last time I undressed, as a matter of fact, I think it was at EF9 when Cheetah and I were both dancing half naked in front of the... But that's another story for another day. Let's move on to another question, shall we? I need to do some more of this. By the way, for those of you who don't know what's in this teapot, you should have been here earlier. That's your problem. And Squeak Power Horse says it's 4:20 over here now. You don't have to stay awake. I'm grateful you did. Matthew B says if you could change your SMD card status to any other airline so you could fly with them instead. Okay, if you could change your SMD card to any other airline, what would it be? Emirates. I would love to have suck my dick level on Emirates. Have you ever looked at their first class, Emirates Air? I would do that in a heartbeat. Okay, Saber Sonic says, don't you strip on a Winestream with alkali. Okay. What is it with you people wanting me to strip? I'm a fucking 50-year-old man. You people are sick. You are sick. You are depraved. It's not going to happen unless, of course, you hit that donation button down there. Yes, we're furries. What do you expect? Exactly what I expect. But I'll tell you what I can do. Call it a teaser. I can take off my pants, but you won't know it because you can't see. Excuse me. Okay, next question. Now, how much money is going into the donation at this point, shall we ask? I don't see any donations coming in. The camera's staying right here. Next question. Oh, click the link. Sabersonic says, do you mean this link, the mediafurcon.de? Is this the one you meant, Sabersonic? Let's see what happens. I'm still getting the spinny sphincter. Let's see what happens here, all right? I think my poor computer is like maxed out on memory. It's trying to record all this shit. He says, oh, I'm afraid I can't click any links. I'm so sorry. I don't know what to do. Oh, yes, could not connect. Sully said, that's not a real video. That's, no. Okay, Sully, that's not an actual video. That's a video toaster again, coming up with that stuff there. Okay, and here's mediafurcon.de. Oh, mother of shit. Never mind. Sorry, next question. Sorry, next, it's oh, crap. Oh, I think I closed the wrong window. Sorry. Oh, crap. Excuse me just a moment here. You you do not want to look at what I'm looking at, because that is not what I'm looking at. If what I was looking at was what you were looking at, it would be an entirely different thing. But it is, pardon me, it's oh, Jesus Christ. Freshness. Sorry, give me a moment here. I closed the wrong window in my haste to clean my eyes. Firstread.am. Damn, it's hard to type for some reason. I don't know why. What's going on here? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's me. And we're going to block this out, and we close this shit. And oh, you people still remember this, do you? I was kind of hoping you would forget. Next topic. We're moving on to the next topic of discussion, shall we? Oh, Tony Ringtail. Is Tony Ringtail here? Wave your hands, Tony. If you, is it just Ringtail? Ladies and gentlemen, Tony Ringtail, currently a resident of Orlando, if not correct, but a former New York City area firefighter, which places him at the top 0.01% of humanity, in my opinion. Yakisoba's going to bed. I am sorry you had to go to bed, Yakisoba, but thank you very much for coming. I thank you. Do you notice how cleverly I kind of dodged all those questions and shit there? I am very, very slick. All right. Let's see. I still need my chat room, HPS. All these. It's hard to type for some reason. There I am. I got to keep closing this thing so you don't get echoes. Chomzo Boy says, what's the best, Southwest or Delta? It would have to be Delta because Southwest is a freaking flying bus. Fenris Direwolf, if you could start a criminal empire, what would it be? That's a difficult question because I'm not interested in starting a criminal empire. There's so many of them. I could start a homeopathic healing temple, but I'm not going to. I can't do that. Oh dear. Stealing wine from dragons? Absolutely not. Oh, I see something. What is this? What is this crap going on here? Okay, if you people are sending me money expecting me to take my clothes off, it's not going to happen. Unless, of course, I get more money. I will tell you this. I'm going to give you a preview. Some of you have seen my Samuel Conway PhD YouTube account. I am going to very shortly be doing a little dissertation on homeopathy. I have actually ordered some homeopathic remedies. I'm waiting for them to arrive. One of them has arrived. I shall let you know when it comes out. Matter of fact, I'll let the patrons know first. How's that? Fenris says, do you not remember stripping with alkali in a previous Winestream? I told you to and you did it for free. That is a heathen lie. I'm not wearing anything under this, but you're not going to see it because you don't get that for free. I'm sorry. That's called capitalism, bitch. It's very popular where I come from. Tony Ringtail. Oh, Tony, when did you get here? I talked about Zootopia hours ago. I don't like people being late. Tony wants to know what I thought about Zootopia. Didn't I talk about that like 3 hours ago? All right, Tony was aware. Okay, Tony, because you're an old friend and you're dear to me, I'll answer your question. I loved Zootopia. Zootopia was great. It was deep. It had a lot of misdirection that I loved. It had a lot of surprises, which is why I don't want people to talk about, spoilers here. I took my mom to see it. Mom loved it. You know my little old mom? We went to see Zootopia. I was looking at it, but at the end, when the Sparkle Tigers came on, I saw Mom looking like this. We're just going to leave it at that, okay? I think my mom likes tigers, especially when they sparkle. All right. Tony, how's my mom doing? She'll be at Anthrocon this year. She will have her little wheelie scooter. She does not have my father to keep her in line. Tony, I'm going to be depending on you to make sure she doesn't get into trouble, okay? I see a lot of notes going by here. Vincent Wolf, what happened last stream when you lost your shirt? I don't remember. I suspect alkali had something to do with it. But I'm speculating. Republicans taxed me, and I had to hand over my shirt for the Republican taxes. That's what it was. That's my story. I'm sticking to it, okay? Yes, they're talking about Grandma Kage. Okay, next time I do a wine stream, I will have my mom on. I'm going to have to do it from her house. And I will have to have a lot of booze. Okay. Have you people seen, I am Uncle Kage, I am Uncle Kage doing that. Have you seen when my mom comes up, little lady comes up, give me that. That's why she's not here tonight, because this is expensive shit. Next wine stream, I'll have cheap shit. That way when she comes up and says, give me that, I won't mind. Okay? Right. Fenris Wolf. Okay, Fenris Wolf, you ain't the boss of me. Okay? Sorry, I hate to tell you. And people are asking, do I feel the burn? No, I feel the burb. Tuzzy's back. You can't sleep. You need to get up for work in 2 hours. Tuzzy, look, go to bed. If you need to get up in 2 hours, hanging around here ain't going to help you. You're going to need that sleep. I'm sorry. But I will say this. If Donald Trump gets the Republican nomination, I am going to turn my mom loose. I'll go to Germany for a week. I will have plausible deniability. That's all I'm going to say, and nothing else. Fenris would like to know a story of my high school days. My high school days were unhappy, except for when I discovered the joys of nitrogen triiodide. I was bullied in high school. I was unhappy in high school until I discovered that Ni3, nitrogen triiodide, as an explosive can be applied judiciously. I don't know what the statute of limitations is on that, so I'm not going to say anything more. Next question, shall we move along? Senpai Fish, is Grandma Kage a trained assassin? I can neither confirm nor deny any rumors to that effect. You expect her to ever not be in the stream? When Tianlong does his stream, she'll be in there, I guarantee. Gummibjorn, please tell me what your mother's bar tab will be. Listen, Gummibjorn, I don't care what the exchange rate is. When my mother's bar tab comes into it, you can't afford it. This woman taught me to drink. Don't try to go toe-to-toe with her. You will lose. Grumpy Chenlong says Grandma is coming to Australia. Of course. She adores you, Tianlong. She loves you. She's going to be in your stream because she was rather hoping you would share your sake with her, since she's a dainty, sweet little old lady. Certainly a mighty celestial dragon would see fit to share his vast stash of alcoholic goodness with a sweet, frail, delicate little old lady. She'll be there. Citrine says, would you be interested in helping with the open mic at MCFC? If you would like me to, you need only ask. I love open mics, and I would be more than happy to help out. You need only invite me. All right, Arabian, you take that back. Arabian Darkstone, you take that back right now. You just said something unkind about my mother. You will take that back right now, or so help me, I will crawl through the internet and I will fuck you up. Do you read me? Good. You've heard the expression, don't fuck with Uncle Kage. You don't fuck with Grandma Kage even more. Pardon me while I pour more tea. Uh-oh. Okay, Tony Ringtail. Tony, you're asking a question about rain first. Let's keep that between friends. That's a delicate issue. Let's not discuss it publicly. Buy me a drink. We'll discuss it privately. But for right now, I don't think we need to get into it. Gotti Ferret said, is that drink supposed to be like, okay, Gotti, it's not supposed to be. However, this is sake, but I have placed a ginger chew. It is called Jinjin. It is a ginger chew in my sake. I don't know why I did it. I think I did it simply because I've had too much to drink. It's actually an abomination before God and man. But I'm fond of sake, and I'm fond. No, it's not supposed to be this color. Don't do this, for God's sake. Don't put a ginger chew into your sake. Okay. Yes, ginger helps you clean your palate, kind of like a wire brush with sodium hydroxide. Yeah, you don't want to do that. No. Sully, how much to donate to get a slice of cucumber? Okay, Sully, I don't happen to have any cucumber right now, so you're off the hook. Fenris, if I were to inadvertently break into your house but then express my regret, would you still shoot me? Okay, Fenris. Fenris, you're talking to an elderly man with no sex life. If you were to break into my house, you'd be mine. I'll leave it up to you, okay? Gummy Bjorn, how much is missing for... I haven't added anything up, Gummy Bjorn. I don't know. But remember, in order to get telephone onto my Winestream, I would need to have both telephone and radio strictly for propriety. So we're talking two people who would be at least $1,000. I don't know if we have that much. And Vovaka says, you don't fuck with Uncle Kage. Yes, nobody does. At least not for the past 30 years. Sorry, moving on. I'm going to MCFC. You say, I assume you're going to FTM. Actually, I'm not. I'm going to MCFC, but I've not been invited to furthermore. I don't think I'm going, no. Vas, besides water, what is your favorite non-alcoholic drink? Water with fizz in it. I like carbonated water. Rufus. Okay, Rufus, I'm not going to state that publicly, but listen, my boy, come talk to me. We'll get you taken care of, okay? Pyro Life wants to know, how many people follow the 6-2-1 rule? 50% at most. 50% at most. 6 hours of sleep, 2 square meals, 1 shower. No. Oh, yeah. What's next? Chomzo Boy says, go to bed. Well, I can't because I still have a glass. Holy mother of crap. You know, wow. When you put a ginger chew into sake, wow. Excuse me, I'll be right back. Science calls, okay? What happens when you take a mixture of sake and you put a ginger chew in it? I'm going to turn this overhead light on. Pardon me just a moment, okay? Go away. Ooh, now it's all dark and scary. Okay, that's interesting. This is an ultraviolet light, and I'm putting it in here, but I'm getting no response at all. This is very scary. I'm going to turn this light back on if that's okay with everybody. Pardon me just a moment. Und, no, wrong. Und Gott sprach, es ward Licht. Und ward Licht. For all you Germans out there. This looks like it should be UV active. It looks like it should, but it's not. It's like, wow, when you dissolve a ginger chew in sake, you get a non-ultraviolet. Fuck it. Anyway, okay. Fender's Direwolf says, Kage, let's have kids. We'll talk, shall we? Raymond says, okay, now Raymond, I'm not reflecting UV, I'm absorbing UV. I'm looking, sake actually will fluoresce under UV light, but apparently when you put a ginger chew in it, it not only turns green, but it doesn't fluoresce anymore. Oh, and Aristotle, I'm going to MCFC because they invited me. I'm not going to Furthermore because they didn't invite me. Sorry. And RIC, doch jemand von den Schalter nicht. And Vawaka says, I promise I will give you wood at EF. I hope you meant a carved wooden platter. Yes. Okay. Moving. Yeah. Anyway, what more do we have here? Yes. There we are. That's a horrific color. But I'm gonna drink it anyway. Oh, Silent Dawn, yeah, you just discovered sake is ultraviolet reactive. If you beam ultraviolet light through sake, it will give you a. Moving right along. Okay. Maybe it's the dissolved ginger chew that blocks out the UV. That's a possibility. Let me just pull. Whoa, it's all, ew, yeah, it's all slimy. Yeah. No. Oh, wow. It's like ginger, but alcoholic. It's very sticky. And Renata says, has the crazy happened yet? We're working on that, Renata, just believe me. Wimbjorn says, did you wash your hands? Yes, I did. I dipped them in the sake, which is 10% alcohol. Clean, see? Chonzo Boy wants to know, why is Southwest better than Delta? It's not. Southwest is a frickin' flying bus. Wait a minute. Citrine Husky, you're the blind furry I kissed on the cheek at Motor City FurCon 2015. Well, that's lovely. I hope it was good for you. It was good for me. Ryan Blackwing wants to know, why do I have a UV light or a ring? Dude, I'm a fucking scientist. Of course, everybody has UV light. No, it's very chewy. I had to wash it down. Okay, here. Okay, wait, stop. Weissen Wolf. Do I like sushi? Listen. Weissen or Wiesen. No, I do not like sushi. I hate sushi. I despise sushi. I've always said this. I was taken to Japan. I was at the Tokyo Fish Market, where the world's finest, freshest sushi is served. It was given to me. I have always said that I hate sushi. Having had sushi at the Tokyo Fish Market, I can now state incontrovertibly that I do hate sushi. It's foul. It's disgusting. My friend said it just melts in your mouth. Meat is not supposed to melt in your mouth unless it's been sitting on the fucking countertop for 2 weeks, which is what it tasted like. I don't like sushi. Thank you very much. And I have spat bits of ginger all over my monitor. It's funny. Ginger chews are very chewy. Fenris Direwolf says, Kage, can I have your phone number? No. Trouble Boy says you should sing more Norwegian songs. If you give me the lyrics, I'll sing them. Here's the funny part. People are coming across this shit on YouTube. And it's like, here's an old guy, he's like making a bunch of comments, he's drunk and everything. Why do you people watch this shit? Well, for Christ's sake, go find something else to do. Go play wiffle ball for shit's sake. Here's Matthew B. says, I was having a bad day the other day until I remembered something you said in one of your wine streams that brought a smile to your face. If you mean what you say at the end of every wine stream, then your purpose has been fulfilled. Well, thank you very much. That's why I do it. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a clown. I'm a comic. I'm a funny man. I didn't realize this until the last couple of months. My dear and sainted father passed away. It occurred to me that my dad was happiest when people around him were happy. That's how he was. My father taught me to make people laugh because it makes us feel better when the people around us are happy. That's a clown. That is an entertainer. That's what we do. That's the lesson I learned from my father, and a lesson that I intend to carry on. So if, after watching this silliness, this ridiculousness, this idiot here drinking blah, 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 it doesn't matter. We've been doing this for what, 3 hours now? 4 hours? If after all this shit, you feel better, if you feel happy, if you're smiling, if you're laughing, if you were having a bad day and it's not as bad now, then fuck it, that's why we do it. This ginger stuff is really sticky. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Aristotle says, how do you balance work and sharing the big FurCon? It's a delicate balance. You need a cool boss. I have very cool bosses. FurCon is a second job for me. I have got a full job, you know. Oh, I see a lot of breeze. What the fuck? Brought in the giraffe. Okay. All right. Bree. All right, hang on. Gotta do this. Have to do this. All right. Okay, all you true furry believers out there with your brie, 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 brie. Here you go. Brie! Happy now? I can't drink it because I have a bunch of sake that had a ginger chew dissolved in it and turned green. I gotta drink this first. Joker Fox, do I like Belgian chocolates? Of course. Who doesn't like Belgian chocolates? Terrorists! Terrorists don't like Belgian chocolates. Everybody else in the world does. It's very sticky. Okay, hang on. We're going to stop. Smash Mail, did you hear about the cracked article? I'll bite. What cracked article? You have to be a little more specific, my boy. Fender Starwolf says, Kage, be my prom date. Where are you? Maybe I will. And we're talking about terrorists. As we are filming this, this stream is going on. This is the 25th of March of 2016. There have been deadly attacks in Brussels. There have been deadly attacks in France. There have been deadly attacks in the United States, as we know. These people going out there trying to scare us. This is the wonderful thing about our Western civilization. You can't scare us by threatening us. You threaten us. You try to make us afraid. All you do is piss us off. And when we are pissed off, we are 50 times more dangerous than we were before. My friends in foreign countries, let me just lay this down. This is not just the same for furries. This is the same for all of Western civilization. If you want to talk with us, if you want to open a dialogue, if you want to change your opinion, do so. Talk with us. It might work. If you attack us and try to frighten us, you're just gonna piss us off, and you don't want to piss us off. Believe me. Moving right along. Fenris Direwolf says, put me as a beneficiary on your life insurance policy. No. Okay, next up. Smash Mail, you have a decent head of hair. What? Me? No, dude, look. Look at, okay, you see this? This is all I got left. It's called fuzz. No, we're not going to talk about this again. Joker Fox, have you ever seen the Blues Brothers? Of course I have. I'm old. Moving around, I'm looking at the things down here. Do you think the football team in Bodo will do it this season? I have a good friend who's a newspaperman in Bodo. I don't know. I'm not a follower of football. But I'll tell you what. Give them a great mascot, and they'll do it. We're going on about terrorism, terror, scare, terror. I remember 2005. It was Anthrocon 2005. A bunch of these people planted bombs in the London subway. and they thought they would bring London to its knees by bombing them. The response of London collectively was perfect. Oh, you're going to terrify us by bombing us into submission? Been there, done that, got the t-shirt. Let's move on, shall we? By the way, when this strange, nuclear, glowing, gingery green glass is empty, so is the Winestream empty, that is. So let's wrap it up, shall we? Let's talk about fine things. Somebody asks, have I been on the Shikoku pilgrimage? I've not. I've been to Japan. I've not been on that particular pilgrimage. Charles Boy says, ska la 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 la, whatever the fuck that means, but okay, whatever. Roy and Blackwing, the most impressive piece of art that you ever auctioned. Wow. You're going to have to define impressive. It's a broad definition when you say impressive. Arabian says, where do you expect the fandom to go over the next decade? Up. That's the only place it can go. Matthew B says, on a scale of 1 to February, what's your favorite color of the alphabet? Raleigh, North Carolina. Vass, what was your first con like? It was PhilCon 1980. I was a teenager. I was wide-eyed. I was lost. PhilCon 1980 is when I first met Dr. Isaac Asimov. What was my first con like? Life-changing experience. That's all I can say. Citrine, most interesting thing that has happened to you on stage. I can tell, okay, interesting. I can tell you, Citrine, the most, interesting in terms of curious, out of the ordinary. I was telling a story on stage maybe 11, 12 years ago. I was telling a story about Anthrocon when it was in Philadelphia. A shock newspaper person had been dispatched to cover the convention. All the furries ran inside when this person showed up, and it was like a bunch of cats in a tree with a hound circling outside. Everybody was inside the hotel. This newspaper person was outside looking for somebody to talk to. And I was staring out the door, and I heard a voice over here say, "What's going on out there?" And I said, "There's a newspaper person out there." And before I could react, this gentleman dressed as a woman, poorly, with 5 o'clock shadow barely covered by his makeup, went rushing past me and ran outside and ran up to the newspaper person and said, "Huh?" I told that story on stage. And as a stage man, I told the story, and I described this disgusting freak of nature, this hermaphroditic horror, this monstrosity that went out and talked to the newspaper person. And I was, being a comic. And as I described it, in the front row, there was an absolutely stunningly drop-dead gorgeous blonde And as I told the story, she said, "Watch it, buddy." And I said, and for 30 seconds, for the first time in my career, I was speechless. I said, afterward, I approached this person and I apologized and I said, I am so very sorry. I meant to convey that this person was, and the person said, "It's okay, I understand. Just be careful next time." So I shall. That was on me. That I was a little indelicate at that point. But damn, that taught me a lesson, because my God, she was beautiful. She was stunning. And when she said, "Watch it, buddy," I was like, Bison Wolf says, "How do you prepare for Anthrocon?" Oh my God. I get my finest volunteers together and I ask them to help me get ready. And then I crawl into bed and I curl up in a ball and I cry. That's the truth. Rufus is going to bed. Thank you for coming, Rufus. Thank you for coming tonight. Fenris Tirewolf, any chance you will ever first it again, Kage? No. I had the build to be Chester Ringtail. Jimmy. I had the build to be Chester Ringtail years ago. But at my age, I'm a little too dumpy, a little too asymmetric, and a little too unable to handle the heat. We'll leave the fursuiting to the younger at this point. And as a reminder, because somebody mentioned it, next week, April 2nd, the mighty celestial dragon Tianlong will be giving his particular stream. I will be there, and my dear and sainted mother will be there, because she loves Tianlong, and she feels that because she's an elderly lady, and because he is a revered celestial being, that he would feel it appropriate to share his wine with a delicate little old lady such as herself. So next week, Tianlong will be sharing his wine as a gentleman and as a proper celestial god with a devout, delicate, frail little old lady. Next question. Smash Mail, how do you feel about the great Cornholio? He's not here right now, but when he shows up, I shall give him your message. Kash91 says, "Thank you so much for everything you have done for the fandom, for making Anthrocon the incredible con that it was." Okay, let me correct you. When it comes to Anthrocon, I sign the checks. I sign the contracts. That's it. There are 200 plus people who make Anthrocon what it is. Please, for goodness sake, don't credit me. My job is strictly administrative when it comes to Anthrocon. There's a large army of people who make Anthrocon what it is. I want you to thank them. Please do not thank me, because more often than not, these people outvote my ideas, which I must confess are pretty stupid. So, Anthrocon succeeds not because of its chairman, but in spite of it. Gumibjorn says, Kage, when is drunk enough? When this glass is empty. Congo Cheetah, favorite museum, the Mutter Museum in Philadelphia. Look it up. M-U with an umlaut, T-T-E-R. It is the museum of, well, just look it up. The Mutter Museum is the museum of the Philadelphia College of Physicians, and they tend to, well, showcase medical oddities from the 19th century. They have the world's largest colon there. They have the collection of swallowed objects, the collection of objects taken out of eyeballs. The Mutter Museum is a wonderful place, but try to see it when you're not about to have dinner. And have you ever happened to have the opportunity to examine a tardigrade? And if so, does the Discovery Channel do their awesomeness justice? No, and I don't know. I don't have the foggiest fucking idea what you're talking about. How's that? All right. Pyrolife, can you recommend a wine for me to drink? No, I cannot. I don't know your tastes. Do you like the tannic wines? Do you like sweet wines? Do you like syrupy wines? That is up to you. You must try the wines of the world yourself, my dear. And once you have found the one that you like, you will stick to it. I cannot instruct you. And Arabian Darkstone says, you handle the media well. I have had formal training in dealing with the media. Let me tell you where it came from. In I think it was 1993 or 1994, a tornado came through the heart of Mena in the state of Arkansas. It was, I believe it was Polk County. Right through the center of town. This tornado did a significant amount of damage. I was sent out to do damage assessment. And while I was out there, I was approached by members of the media. And I didn't like the media. I consider them vultures. I consider them hyenas. I consider them scavengers. They were trying to get information out of me. And I was uncivil to them. Leave it at that. After my lack of civility to the media, the director of the Red Cross in Pine Bluff decreed that I must have formal training in dealing with the media. So I have. I was trained in talking with members of the media. I know what to do. I know what to say. I know what not to say. I know when to shut up. Let's see. Gumibjorn says you're nearing the end of bottle 2. You know what that means? That means you need to go to bed, my friend. I think both of us have had too much. Sent by Fish, do I have a suggestion for a first-time drinker? Take it slow, first-time drinker. Take it slow. Don't fuck yourself up the first time. Ah, figure style. Ugh. Make a meth lab, make cash. No. The temptation to use my chemical skills to make money is very, very strong. But the horror of using my chemical skills to harm another human being outweighs that. You will not see me running a meth lab. You will not see me pushing illegal drugs. Why? Because I got into chemistry to heal, not to make money. If there's money to be made by hurting people, let somebody else do that, because that's not my career. Bossasaur, who is / was your favorite comedian? There's a whole list. George Carlin, certainly enough. Oh my goodness, the list goes on and on. Boy, who am I most? George Carlin was up there. Certainly, and I run the risk of running afoul of political correctness, but Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby taught me a lot. Was he a good human being? Was he a bad human being? I don't care. It's not my issue. The fact that he was my teacher. There was the great Dean himself. Every comic today, and there's nobody out there who has invented their own comic style. It doesn't matter. Every funny man today rides on the shoulders of the giants who came before, in the 50s, in the 40s, in the 30s, in vaudeville, in the silent era. You know, they taught us how to make people laugh, and when they passed on, they passed that torch to us. Our job now is to make people laugh and to pass that torch on to the next generation. Comedy is not rocket science. Comedy, as a matter of fact, is fairly simple. If someone feels better after listening to you, you've done your job. That's all there is to it. Moving on, I'm seeing a lot of things here. Saber Supersonic says, what about nitromethane? I'm not getting into that. I'm not going to tell you how to make explosives. Thank you very much. My opinions on Tony Tigregate, it's silly. It's ridiculous. It's made up. Elusive Doctor says, you were the one who taught me. That's why I have an A in public speaking. Thank you, Elusive Doctor. If I taught you, then I'm proud. If you will teach someone else, then I'll be even prouder. That's how we get our immortality. And Dominic Wolfie says, I'm back. Bad shiz happens, so I get back on. How long you going to be okay? Wolfie, I'm on my last legs. My body is poisoned. I don't know how much longer I got. So a couple of minutes, I don't know. But maybe it's time all of us started to think about going to bed. Won't be too long. I just say things, and somehow it works. Exactly. That's the mantra of any clown. You say things, and it works. And it comes back to what I said. If what you say, if what you do makes someone else happy, that's all that matters. We are in this to make the rest of the world a brighter place. That was a lesson my father taught me before he died many years ago. I never understood it until afterward. My father was happiest when people around him were happy. I didn't realize that until after he was gone. And I realized that in me. I want people around me to be happy. If I have to make them laugh, that's fine. If I have to make an ass of myself, that too is fine. If I have to give up my dignity, that too is fine. If the people around me are happier after they see me, then that's all I ask for. Next question. How do I deal with stress? You're looking at it right here. Or the more visceral, if you will, the more philosophical. How do you deal with stress? What is stress? Think about it. Think about it. Think about it. What is stress? Now, the pressure that what I do or say may or may not work. 80 years from now, you're going to be dead. I'll be dead. We're going to be gone. Will anyone remember? If what's causing you stress, think about that. If the fact that you are stressed out today is going to have an effect 80 years from now, okay, go ahead, let it be stressful. If 80 years from now, nobody's going to remember your name, then it doesn't matter. If 80 years from now, something you said or did will make a positive effect in somebody's life, makes them happy, makes them think, makes them melancholy, makes them warm, then you're immortal. Then you're a god. That's all there is to it. Next question. Why don't I wear, Corey, why don't I wear glasses? I do wear glasses because I'm old. I have glasses that are bifocals that help me to read. Why don't I wear them here? Because they'll reflect on this camera and that's all you'll see. So that's why I don't wear them. Joker Fox, do you like Sam Kinison? I wish he was alive today. Sam Kinison died before his time. He was an outstanding comic. He was an amazing, funny man. He died in an accident. His last words were, okay, okay. That really should be the last words of the comic. Something positive. Somebody says, ever wear contacts? I used to. I don't like contacts because I'm a chemist. You can't wear contacts in the lab. They will suck up shit. You don't want your contacts sucking up shit. Tromso Boy, do you think it's a good idea to have a troll as a mascot? Okay, if you're Norwegian, yes, you can have a troll as a mascot. Otherwise, no. And somebody mentioned Groucho Marx's last words were, die, die. Well, that's the last thing I'll ever do. Groucho Marx was an amazing comic because he understood. Groucho Marx knew the value of making somebody else laugh. What else do we have here? Sully says, there was some backlash from other viewers, but do you mind I wasn't paying full attention to the start of the stream? It clashed with it. I said, okay, Sully, I love you. You're a delightful person. Let's leave it at that. I don't need to read that, okay? Kanye says, Uncle Kage, can I call you fam? Well, if fam means old man who still gets sex, then yes, you can call me that. I'd be happy. That's cool. Okay. All right. Let's do that. Right. Oh, fam is slang for family, like bro, in which case then it becomes incest. Let's not do that. Okay. But I'm honored. Really. Yeah. If if you want to think of me as family, then that's fine. Yeah. I'm glad. Yeah. Let's do it. Yeah. We are put on this earth, as I was told, we are put on this earth to make others feel better. If you do it by making them laugh, that's okay. If you do it with a kind word, that's okay. If you do it by picking them up when they're injured, that's okay too. The only sin is to walk past a person who needs comfort and not give it to them. Next question. What time is it anyway? I need my clock. Holy mother of crap, it's almost 11:30. That's like... That's higher math. Somebody else do the arithmetic for me. Yes, 5.5 hours. The Asian had to tell me I'd be going 5.5 hours. Didn't you notice? All right. Okay. I think we've had enough. We've had levity. We've had alcohol. We've had booze. We've had silliness. We can go on all night, but I don't think it's necessary. I think it's time that all of us went to bed, especially me, because I'm old. But let's revisit what I just said. Let's revisit what I was reminded by some of my good friends here. What are we put on this earth for? Are we put on this earth simply to procreate and be the head of the whatever? No. We are put on this earth to make our fellow beings happier. It's not it's not rocket surgery, or rocket science, or brain surgery, whatever the hell. Human beings were given the capacity for abstract and higher thought. And part of abstract and higher thought is to affect the emotions of another in a fashion that goes beyond mere physical attributes, stimulation. Yeah, that's all biology. I will eat. I will procreate. We are higher beings. We are beings of intellect. We are beings of emotion. And with that comes community. With that comes the edict that we must reach out to our fellows, that we must join together, and we must try to make each other happy. If we're successful, that's great. If we're not successful, at least we tried. That's called humanity. That's called compassion. So let's close this silliness, this old man drinking a bunch of bottles of stuff and trying to suck sake out of it. Yes, how silly, how funny. It's a comic. But let's remember in the end that the entire purpose of a comic is to make someone else laugh, to make somebody else's heart light, to make somebody else feel better, especially at a time when they need it. Human emotion is what sets us apart from all the other species out there. And we cannot be emotional by ourselves. We are a communal species. Those of you out there who are willing in some small fashion, whether it be holding a door or patting a shoulder or a hug or just a kind word. Anyone out there who is willing to cause another one of us to feel happier than he or she was is blessed as a human being. That's what we're here for. And I will entreat all of you to keep that in mind, that that is our purpose on this planet. It's long been said that mankind is here to help others. Embrace that. If you see somebody else who needs help, a flat tire, a ride, a kind word, or even someone that you see who is crying, if you say to them, "Can I help?" That's humanity, ladies and gentlemen. And nobody knows humanity more than furries. And I believe that earnestly. The people who identify with the non-humans are the most human out there. And I suspect there's really not anything more to be said after that. My friends who came here tonight, my patrons who support this bizarre effort, those that I hold dear, thank you very much for joining tonight. I think it is time that I threw open my shoes and fell down on the floor. But if I can quote one of my favorite comics from years past, he always signed off with the same thing. Good night, and God bless.